Chapter 201 Key. What? Not send it out and just wait to be engulfed by the black disaster, expecting us all to die together. Exine Gillet turned back, her face cold as she stared at the other. But outsiders might crack the most crucial secret that poses a threat to the existence of the association. The shadow retorted discontentedly. Threat? I have never feared threats. Could the association's threat possibly be greater than the black disaster?
Xin Gillet répondait nonchalant.
I warned you all long ago not to mess around, not to escalate matters. And what happened? You caused trouble and didn't clean it up. Now this mess has become like this, and you all bear responsibility. You should know your committee has always been watching us. With them in Dongha, we can't fully mobilize too much power, the shadow replied. Enough. I didn't come here to listen to all this nonsense. If there's something to say, just say it, Exine Gillet said impatiently. Furica cleaned up 4 people on their side, and 2 escaped to Dongha. You are responsible for dispatching and handling them. Make sure the loose ends are tied up cleanly. Any problem with that? The shadow said. 2. Exine Gillet's expression was fierce. Are you trying to force me to die? You should know, once exposed, none of us can escape, the shadow said blandly. So, no matter what methods you think of, no matter what means you use, if you don't want to die, you must deal with it cleanly. Including that investigation team, they will definitely come into contact with the truth, use them thoroughly, then dispose of them. You guys! Exine Gillet wanted to say something, but the person had already turned and swiftly disappeared outside the door. His speed far surpassed that of ordinary people, definitely among the top speed-enhanced individuals. Smack! Exine Gillet fiercely slapped her palm against the wall, her face looking extremely unpleasant. Her breathing was rapid. After calming herself down shortly after, she picked up a tablet and quickly opened the contact list to reach out to the subordinate units. What's the location of the investigation team? How's the supply of materials? She asked in a low voice. Everything's normal. The latest batch of materials has been loaded, about to be transported there using unmanned equipment. The logistic department's head replied succinctly. I remember the latest batch included quite a few rune boards and hidden runic luminous stone carpets from Black Wind Camp. Right? Exine Gillet asked. Yes, a total of 5 items, and there are 221 rune boards. Take half out, send them here. I need them. But, no buts, the committee has entrusted me with full authority over the investigation team's affairs. Do as I say, Exine Gillet said sternly. Once I've finished researching here, I'll send them back over. This is for the safety of everyone. If we can figure out how to replicate and mass-produce, it will provide positive feedback for the entire situation. Understood. The call ended.
Xin Gillet Esalet.
All that talk of research feedback was just her pretext. Black Wind Camp's goods were excellent, so naturally, she would divert some for her own stockpile first. Since the investigation team was going to die anyway, instead of wasting resources sending it to them, it's better to surreptitiously save some for herself to save her life. As long as it wasn't discovered by the committee, everything wouldn't be an issue. Currently, they were still overwhelmed dealing with the war, the Black Disaster, and the Gate of Despair. Having sacrificed too much elite combat power and equipment to close the Gate of Despair, they had no time to manage minor situations here. Asterisk. 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 Several days later, behind Black Wind Camp, in the dimly lit forest, a towering figure with a huge spiked iron ball on his back stood beside a stream, quietly watching. The figure was clad in heavy bulletproof gear, with the helmet's breathing valve continuously exhaling white air. 2 massive, pitch-black lizards lay quietly prostrate on the ground, motionless. It's getting closer. Yu Hong surveyed the surroundings. It was still gray time. The nearby forest had gradually withered and died, devoid of any greenery. Everything visible was scorched black. He looked left and right, and noted wherever this black stream passed, whether trees, rocks, or any landscape, all seemed to be engulfed as if by a gluttonous beast. Wherever the stream passed, everything would restore to its original state, reappearing behind it. He jumped forward using the daylight. The fog dispersed, whisking by his sides. His jump cleared over 4 or 5 meters, effortlessly crossing the stream formed by the heavy rain. The other side of the river was just ordinary mountain rocks and black soil. He stomped his feet, the soil underfoot not very hard. He bent down, crouched, and dug up a handful of black soil like modeling clay, very moist, emitting a strong rotting smell. Jumping back to the side, he left a dragon lizard here to watch and hide, then quickly returned to the camp cavern. After completing the monitoring enhancement, in these days, he had continuously enhanced the sunlight paint, transporting the luminous stone. But just as he hadn't completely finished enhancing the luminous stone, that eerie wooden bridge behind finally approached the range of the cavern's array. The ensuing array activation also made Yu Hong pause his cultivation technique inner chi practice and come back again to assess the situation. Sitting in the cavern, Yu Hong closed his eyes and sensed the array marks in his mind. The marks were continuously releasing a faint white light, indicating that the entire array was in active state. The array inside the mark was a white disc seen from above. On the disc, it clearly marked where the intrusion points were. Wherever there was an invasion point, it would flare up red. And at this moment, the red light spot Yu Hong saw was right behind the array. That is, the invasive array was startlingly the eerie wooden bridge that only appeared under the illumination of light. Trouble. The invasion's intensity is comparable to about 1,000 red values of black disaster per second. This is like reducing the strength of the entire array by 1,000 every second. The red value in the invasion range needed to be neutralized by the array, which was a significant weakening to the entire array. This didn't even account for that mysteriously powerful figure that appeared. Should that person appear, it would undoubtedly have more than just this level of red value intensity. Sitting in front of the basement monitor screen, Yu Hong carefully checked the surrounding camp situation. Apart from sparse shadows occasionally appearing, there wasn't much trouble around the camp at the moment. High-risk black disasters had been dealt with by him previously. Having developed some primary intelligence, they seemingly knew to avoid the camp, not to contact this side, leaving this territory to him. Perfect. We need to deal with this wooden bridge issue properly. Yu Hong frowned as he stared at the monitor, having a bad feeling about the appearance of this wooden bridge. It could just be the beginning, if not dealt with promptly. Thinking this, he quickly stood up and began gathering all sorts of equipment and weapons he would need for the investigation. Due to the plentiful supply of large pyroxene stones, he was able to restock on radiation hand grenades, making 100 new ones and carrying a large bag of them on his back. Next, he prepared a large black cloak designed for concealment, supplied and initially enhanced by Zhang Kaijun. It was filled with embedded runes, capable of covering his entire body, masking him, and creating a pyroxene secret room effect, while also being tough enough to provide puncture resistance. Then, he topped up the ammo in his enhanced handgun. He packed a large bag with plenty of drinking water and food, shouldering it too. After these preparations, 3 days had passed. Yu Hong's 7th inner chi had successfully condensed. Once the 9th was condensed, he would be able to attempt breaking through to the final 6th layer with his Thunderbolt leg technique. Originally, he planned to investigate the mysterious wooden bridge only after his inner chi was fully developed. But now there was no time to wait. If the investigation team simply tries to seal off the black disaster without understanding its origin, we might not be able to address the core of the problem, he contemplated. He grabbed his things, donned a white bear bulletproof suit, and threw on the thick cloak. Once again he ventured behind the cave. It was a night dark as ink. No light except for the white bulbs hung high on wooden poles within the camp, the only source of illumination around. But this light only lit up the camp. Beyond that, the endless black fog would swallow everything. There was a clear boundary between the camp's white light and the external black fog created by the array. Yu Hong stood right at this boundary, holding an atomic lamp flashlight, shining it ahead. The black fog illuminated by the green light revealed a vague phantom of a black wooden bridge. Turning off the atomic lamp made the bridge disappear. Turning on the atomic lamp brought it back into view. Turning off the atomic lamp again, then on again. Suddenly, a pale human face emerged abruptly in front of Yu Hong. The face opened its mouth as if to speak. Bang! A massive black shadow struck his face, breaking through the face and crashing into the black fog. The face dissipated into black smoke and vanished. Yu Hong quickly reeled back in the heavy iron ball. Without the amplification of inner qi, even touching the shadow would be impossible. But with inner qi covering it, even the shadow crumbled instantly under the ball's heavy strike. However, that wasn't a regular shadow. Red value showed more than just tens. Yu Hong thought this briefly, but didn't dwell on it much. For him now, anything that could be killed with one iron ball wasn't a serious threat. Having reassured himself of his readiness, he took a deep breath, stepped forward, and clamped the atomic lamp onto the special hook at his suit's waist. With a gun in one hand and the iron ball's chain in the other, he stepped onto the wooden bridge. Creak. At the moment his boots touched the bridge, Yu Hong glanced at the detector. The red value was 1211.541. His expression under the helmet grew slightly grim. He continued forward. 2 dragon lizards, one ahead and one behind, guarded him on both sides. He hadn't walked far when he stopped, crouched down, and picked up a splintered piece of wood from the bridge. As soon as the wood piece was removed from the bridge, it disintegrated into countless wisps of black smoke. Yu Hong's expression under the helmet tightened slightly. He then took out a prepared wooden spoon, bent over, and scooped up a spoonful of dark black water. Similarly, the black river water also steamed into countless wisps of black smoke once removed, leaving the spoon wholly empty, as if it had held nothing from the start. Yu Hong's gaze grew even heavier. He stood up and continued forward, constantly readying his inner qi in his legs, prepared to leap back at any moment. Soon, led by the dragon lizards, a huge, dilapidated black ship emerged directly ahead. The ship, hung with torn and hole-riddled sails, fluttered weakly with the breeze, resembling incomplete human skin torn off. Yu Hong stood on the wooden bridge, staring intently at the black ship, the detector embedded in his high collar now showing values that were skyrocketing madly. From the initial 1,000, it surged to tens, then hundreds of thousands, even reaching over 1,000,000. 1,273,482.124. Finally, the red value stabilized, settling around 1,270,000. An aggregation of black disaster? This ship must be formed from many merged black disasters. Yu Hong by now could vaguely distinguish between a fused body of black disaster and a strong individual black disaster. Like the previous Speedman and Insect Man, a high-risk individual black disaster would radiate intense red value radiation from a distance and possess a powerful oppressive psychic field. However, if it was merely a large number collectively formed by black disaster, like the previous masses of shadows surrounding the camp at night, it wouldn't have such oppressive power. Now, the sensation the black ship gave him was similar to when the vast number of shadows had encircled the camp, and not too different from when the clusters of gray-white human hands had attacked the camp. Therefore, though he was tense, he wasn't fearful or retreating. Standing on the wooden bridge, he didn't board the ship, but instead took a step back and let the Earth Pond dragon lizards advance. Chapter 202 Key. Hiss! The dragon lizard spewed black fire, charging toward the black ship. But when the black fire landed on the ship's body, it extinguished and disappeared in an instant, unable to ignite at all. Yu Hong summoned 2 more dragon lizards to breathe fire together. But it was useless. The black fire couldn't ignite the black ship, not even prolonging the burning. He thought for a moment, took out a radiation hand grenade, pulled out the pin, and tossed it forward. The grenade landed precisely inside the black ship, exploding in a ring of strong negative value radiation. But that ring of negative value radiation dissipated like a splash of water in the ocean, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Yu Hong furrowed his brows and retreated from the wooden bridge. Returning within the array's range, he breathed a sigh of relief, his whole body seemingly relaxing from its tension. Asterisk, let's not worry about it for now. See what happens next. If the array can't withstand it, then think of another solution. The black ship was clearly very dangerous. Someone as afraid of death as him would never easily risk his life. Having decided on a plan, Yu Hong circled around and returned to the cave. The empty camp had no other shadow but his own. After dinner, he routinely cultivated qi, then lay down to rest for a while. Now that the nest had hatched 2 dragon lizards, in addition to the previous 4, 6 dragon lizards patrolled around the camp. Coupled with the array's protection, security was not a major concern. So he slept soundly, feeling quite secure and peaceful. Beep, beep, beep. He didn't know how much time had passed when a faint alarm woke him from his sleep. Yu Hong, who had been lying on his back, sat up abruptly, causing his blanket to slide off. Huff, huff. He gasped heavily, wiping the sweat from his forehead. With his eyes closed, more and more red appeared in the array's imprint in his mind. Yu Hong's expression became solemn. Asterisk. The burden on the wooden bridge is heavier. Asterisk. Previously, it had only been 1,000 red values per second consumption, but after waking up, it had increased to 1,600 per second. The entire wind and fire slaughter spirit array had a maximum output of only 12,000 per second. But the key was that this was continuous. If not stopped in time, the entire array's recovery speed would be suppressed, leading to a continuously decreasing total amount. If the consumption rate was greater than the replenishment rate, eventually, all reserves of the array would be completely depleted. Asterisk. Is this consumption confrontation going to continue indefinitely? Asterisk. Yu Hong got out of bed, realizing the situation was dire. If the red value consumption was stable, that would be fine. He could slowly devise a solution. But in just a few hours, the red value consumption per second had surged by hundreds. If it kept rising like this until the array was depleted, the negative radiation of the cave safehouse couldn't withstand the erosion of the black ship on the wooden bridge. Asterisk. I must solve this problem. Either relocate the cave safehouse or deal with the black ship, forcing it to change course. Asterisk. With this in mind, he quickly got up, donned his gear, armed himself, and brought 2 dragon lizards back to the rear of the cave. Standing at the edge of the array on the black soil, Yu Hong glanced at the detector. Asterisk. Time. 7:12 a.m. Asterisk. Red value. 41.847. He opened the cover of the atomic lamp flashlight, and green light fanned out, illuminating the wooden bridge shrouded in the black fog ahead. Swish! On the wooden bridge stood a black shadow with long hair draped down, facing Yu Hong. The moment it was illuminated, circles of invisible waves spread from the shadow, instantly covering all surroundings within hundreds of meters. Asterisk. Kill him. Asterisk. Yu Hong commanded in his mind. SSSH. One by one, the Earth Pond dragon lizards swiftly rushed over, spewing black fire from all directions. Lines of fire precisely landed on the shadow. But all the fire lines were blocked by an invisible barrier in front of the shadow, and that barrier, like crystal glass, perfectly shielded all the black fire, scattering black sparks. The shadow took a step forward. Its figure suddenly flashed. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Yu Hong, reaching out to grab him. Yu Hong wanted to retreat, but oddly, he moved forward, charging toward the shadow. Asterisk. Again with this directional interference. Asterisk. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately took a step forward. But this time, strangely, there was no interference. Moving forward was still moving forward. The two of them collided in the blink of an eye. The shadow let out an eerie laugh of joy, as if pleased with the prospect of a significant gain. It spread its arms, shrouded in swirling black smoke. A faint, indistinct murmur resounded, its language unintelligible, though the tone of joy was clearly discernible. Puff! The two collided completely. The shadow fully embraced Yu Hong. Countless black smoke rapidly contracted over Yu Hong's entire body. Huff! In a daze, a faint sound of airflow emerged. Boom! Followed by a thunderous boom echoing like thunder. Yu Hong jerked his head up, his expression fierce beneath his helmet. as a faint bright white flame ignited over his entire body. The bright and intense flame engulfed him, reaching upward, making him appear to be thoroughly ablaze. He grasped an iron ball with both hands and smashed it forward. Boom! The iron ball, burning with inner chi's white flame, carried a terrifying impact, crushing the shadow fiercely. The enormous explosive force compressed, twisted, and shattered half of the shadow's upper body within moments. The adhesive force of the iron ball prevented the remaining body of the shadow from escaping, drawing it upward, clinging to the ball, spiraling into the air. After several loops, with a crash, the iron ball, dragging the shadow along, flew out, crashing heavily into the distant ground. Amidst the clinking sounds of chains, Yu Hong retracted the iron ball, its surface vacant with nothing remaining. The white flames enveloping him gradually dimmed and disappeared. Asterisk. The inner chi burst consumed 3 paths. Not bad. Yu Hong had thought it would take several radiation hand grenades to resolve the situation, but the inner chi burst power unexpectedly shredded the opponent's form completely. Once the form was gone, the shadow seemed to vanish altogether. Asterisk, aside from the radiation counterstrike, tearing apart the opponent's form with inner chi appears to be another solution. Asterisk. Asterisk, moreover, now nearing the 6th layer, has the inner chi burst evolved too. Asterisk, in the past, no anomalies occurred during an inner chi burst, yet now his entire body ignited with white flame. Stabilizing himself, Yu Hong once more looked toward the wooden bridge. This time, he inhaled deeply and sent 2 dragon lizards in. In no time, the 2 dragon lizards reached the black ship and charged onto it without hesitation. Before long, the black ship began moving slowly, heading into the depths of the black fog. Yu Hong seized the chance to rest and recover his inner chi, awaiting the outcome. Before long, in about an hour or so, the 2 dragon lizards swiftly returned from the wooden bridge to the array's range. They appeared unscathed, without a scratch on them. Yu Hong crouched down, examining them carefully. Soon he noticed a clue. A thin layer of white dry ash was faintly covering the soles of the 2 dragon lizards. Asterisk. There was no white ash on the wooden bridge or the ship. This ash should have come from where the black ship's destination is. Asterisk. Reconfirming there was no danger, Yu Hong sensed the array's red value resistance. The resistance of the wooden bridge had increased, with several hundred red values per second more consumption in such a short time. Asterisk. I can't delay any longer. Asterisk. He took a deep breath, and with a thought, all the dragon lizards in the camp gathered around him. All 6 of them surrounded him. Sensing the perfected inner chi within him, Yu Hong reminisced about the feeling when he shattered the shadow earlier, believing his power was somewhat secure. Thus, he finally lifted his foot and stepped onto the wooden bridge once more. Clack, clack, clack. Following the wooden bridge all the way forward, he soon saw the dilapidated black ship again. The detector's values spiked to over 1 million. This time, without hesitation, Yu Hong let the dragon lizards board first, then grabbed hold of the ship's planks, stepping aboard. The dilapidated deck was sturdier than he thought, not collapsing under the weight of his iron ball. Soon, all the dragon lizards were aboard. The black ship slowly moved forward, heading into the dense, unknown black fog along the Black River. Though the black ship wasn't fast, it seemed to be enveloped in a thick layer of distortion. Looking out through the distortion and the black fog yielded only a blur. Yu Hong mainly tested whether his self-destructive tendencies would intensify aboard the black ship. Fortunately, after staying on the ship for a while and confirming there was no issue, without increased burden, he had the dragon lizards scout the surroundings, ensuring no black disaster was present on the black ship. The black ship was evidently a vessel leading somewhere, and he needed to confirm whether this means of transportation could ensure safety. Otherwise, leaving with no way back posed an unmanageable risk. Asterisk. 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 The ruins of Black Tree Village. Within a dark, expansive cave, in front of a towering 10-meter-high stone wall, 2 fully armed investigation teams had gathered, and someone was working together to use a long metal rod with clamps to press a printed synthetic material model onto the stone wall. This giant stone wall bore an old, massive arch door diagram. The arch door resembled an enormous sphere with countless radial runes intricately etched around it like the sun. Numerous black runes spread outward from the arch door like light. Inside the door were gray-white doors, also covered in countless symbol patterns. Some of these symbol patterns were incomplete or damaged, while others were intact but had surfaces covered with what looked like dried lichen or rock growth. Click. The 3D printed reparative model piece from New Aurora City fit perfectly into the depiction on the stone wall doors, leaving only a singular circular void in the center. The investigators present couldn't help but let out faint cheers. Lin Yi, Xuanning, and Oli stood within the group, looking up at this key moment. It's finally completed, Xuanning sighed. So now we should be able to complete the sealing of this node. They encountered Yi's second investigation team halfway and had relied on detectors to travel through crevices, shielding themselves with luminous stone blankets during danger, and lying low for hours. The arduous journey finally led them to the investigation team. Thanks to the weapons of the investigation team, they smoothly made it to the Black Tree Village ruins. No, it's not right. Yi suddenly furrowed her brow as she observed the repairs on the stone wall. Not just her, but a young girl not far away also voiced her dissent. The celebrating investigators slowly quieted down and looked at the two. What do you mean, Yi? The team leader, a tall, slender man named Wu Chongsong, asked. He was also a mutant with a unique physique and strong decisiveness, which made him the team leader. There's no change at all. Captain, don't you feel it? The young girl, Izina, stepped forward. There's clearly something crucial missing. I can feel it. That door is missing something key, like a key, to securely lock the gate, Izina said calmly. Just the day before yesterday, she had celebrated her 14th birthday alone. A single candle and a piece of fried dough. If her father, Li Rushan, were still here, he would have prepared a delicious cake for her. Even without a cake, he would have made a pot of sumptuous stew and sung a birthday song for her. With Dad around, she wouldn't have to think about anything or worry. Regaining her composure, Izina suppressed the sadness in her heart. Indeed, something crucial is missing, a key, said a communication officer from the investigation team, his voice clear through his respirator valve. Based on information from Aurora City, after repairing the seal, a stone key taken by the Misha family must be found and inserted into the center of the stone wall gate to complete the sealing of this node. Key. Everyone felt a weight in their hearts. Aurora City's already tracked down the Misha family members' movements near Dongha and mobilized troops to launch a crackdown. Chapter 203, Backstage. Squeak. Inside the stone castle of Black Wind Camp, Yu Hong sat by the window, feeling the cool breeze from outside as he carved a new rune board. A few days ago, he tested boarding the ship to ensure his body was fine, and then he returned to create new equipment. He was attempting to carve a three-dimensional rune board, which involved layering multiple runes on the same board to create a combined effect. This way, the different runes could produce a collaborative amplification effect, greatly enhancing the board's efficiency. He breathed in the fresh air from outside, although the air tainted with toxins left only the strong scent of the filter after passing through the breathing valve. However, Yu Hong still felt that the air outside seemed fresher. Using the vortex rune as the core, the deceleration rune as an enclosing shell, and the concealment rune to further shrink the aura fluctuations to avoid any natural countering effect with the red value radiation in the outside air. Finally, he paused. Finally, further compress the negative radiation inside using the traction rune. Enhance the concentration of the radiation energy absorbed and converted by the vortex rune to increase the explosion power. Clatter. The last wood chip fell, and the thick wooden board in Yu Hong's hand was successfully carved. Although it was just a test sample, at the moment of completion, the surface of this brown board, engraved with array patterns, flashed with a glimmer of inner cheese white light. The white light flickered so quickly it was almost as if one's eyes were playing tricks. Simultaneously, as the white light flashed, This new type rune board began slowly absorbing and storing the surrounding air's red value. 9 Vortex Talisman working in tandem, coupled with numerous amplified enhancement designs. This rune board's power, once fully charged, would likely far exceed that of a Radiation Hand Grenade. A Radiation Hand Grenade can achieve 7,000 negative radiation, but this one, I wonder how much it can reach. Yu Hong felt a sense of anticipation. After making a few more, it will be time to formally explore the black ship. Placing the rune board aside, he noted that it absorbed red value better outside, as the air in the cave had such a low concentration of it, resulting in slower replenishment, making it far inferior to the outside. Yu Hong stood up, eyeing the rune board. With such a size, about as large as a notebook, let's just call it a radiation bomb. These days, he spent his time in the stone castle, alone in the cave, and patrolling the subsafe zone with the dragon lizards. A sense of loneliness gradually rose in Yu Hong's heart. Apart from the occasional use of the communicator, there was hardly any human voice to be heard most of the time. Sometimes he even felt like his ears were losing their ability to hear. Therefore, he would sometimes talk to himself to stimulate and maintain his hearing ability. With the clattering footsteps, Yu Hong went downstairs to check the breeding box, taking out the matured mushrooms and lizards, and throwing them into the drying box to make dried mushrooms and jerky. The so-called drying box was actually a sealed wooden iron box connected to the hot water pipe, utilizing the heat from the cooling water pipe, which made the drying process very efficient, could be completed in just 2 days. After finishing these tasks, he routinely went to the cave to practice and refine inner chi. Then, after preparing all the equipment and supplies, Yu Hong waited until nightfall, picking up his stuff and heading to the back of the cave again. Standing within the array area, close to the stone wall. Behind him was a grayish-white rocky wall, with a few withered, charred vine tendrils hanging down, long dead. Yu Hong stared at the black stream ahead, opening the panel of the atomic lamp on his waist. Swish! Instantly, green light shone out, immediately illuminating the familiar wooden bridge. Yu Hong stood still, his head slightly leaning to the side. 2 dragon lizards dashed out from beside him, heading onto the wooden bridge. He followed closely behind, with 4 dragon lizards trailing him. This time, he decided to reboard the ship to find out where the black ship led and what its connection to the wooden bridge was. All of these needed thorough investigation. Well aware of the creaking sounds, Yu Hong walked slowly on the wooden bridge, periodically glancing tensely to the sides, ready to withdraw at any moment, with inner chi coiled around his legs. The pitch-black river water on both sides churned continuously, making sticky sounds, as if something dangerous could leap out at any moment. All the way forward. Fortunately, by the time he reached the black ship, no accidents had occurred. Whiz! An earth pond dragon lizard darted onto the black ship first, swiftly searching through it to confirm there was no danger before allowing Yu Hong to get on board. Crunch! As soon as he stepped onto the ship's deck, Yu Hong felt an inexplicable mental jolt, with the previous self-destructive tendencies resurfacing in his mind, though instantly dissipated by the inner chi. The continuous stream of inner chi counteracted the omnipresent self-destructive suggestion in the surrounding environment. Could this be considered a form of mental pollution? Yu Hong thought apprehensively, carefully estimating the rate of inner chi consumption. At the current pace, approximately 1 stream of inner chi could last an hour. Fortunately, he had abundant inner chi, enough to last over a day, temporarily posing no significant issue. The deck of the black ship felt like slippery, thick moss underfoot, making it easy to slip if one wasn't careful. Yu Hong moved cautiously with each step. He surveyed his surroundings. The black ship was divided into the bow, midship, and stern. The bow housed a dark, square main control room, where through the broken wooden boards, one could see a rather primitive rotary wheel. The midship had a mast, with tattered black sails hanging from it, on which 3 indistinct characters could be vaguely seen, ones he didn't recognize at all. The stern's railing was already damaged, with black water occasionally splashing up, wetting the deck. A coarse wooden pile protruded upward, with a black anchor tied to it. Yu Hong first headed to the main control room, slightly ducking his head to enter. Besides the main control wheel inside, there were a few cabinets fixed to the floor. A round wooden stool had fallen and shattered on the ground, along with several broken brown pottery shards embedded into the wooden walls, unable to move. Yu Hong reached the cabinet, pulling off the iron lock hanging above it. The rotten wood broke with a tug, and one by one, the cabinets were opened, revealing a mess of rotting, blackened items inside. Rotting wooden meal boxes, a stack of black fabric clothes tied with rope, a pile of black tiny metal bottles of unknown purpose. Yu Hong patiently opened each cabinet, taking out the items inside. Soon, he paused as he extracted a thread-bound, blue leather book from beneath a pile of clothes in one of the cabinets. Opening it revealed densely packed, twisted characters he couldn't recognize, which made him feel dizzy. Though the black print on white paper contained a lot of content, with at least half of the 30-plus pages written, the material seemed to have undergone special treatment, showing no signs of decay. Yu Hong decided to take it with him to decipher later. He was an adept in this field, but he knew someone who was. After taking the book, he tilted the metal bottles, finding nothing inside, unsure of their purpose, and once he confirmed there was nothing else worth taking, he tried moving the ship's wheel. Poof! The entire wheel broke with a gentle twist. Yu Hong was speechless, turning to leave the main control room. By this time, the black ship had already started moving. The river water on both sides slapped rhythmically against the ship, creating a crisp sound. This sound, paired with the wind blowing over the deck, formed a strange, mournful wail. The wind was a cry, the splash a sob. Yu Hong stood by the ship's side, gazing at the distant scenery to the side. Shrouded in black mist, nothing could be seen of the distant shore, except a small area illuminated by the green light of the atomic lamp, where a faint black riverbank drifted by. Soon after about 10 minutes had passed. Squeak! The black ship slowly decelerated and stopped by a similarly dilapidated black wooden bridge dock. This dock, shorter than the previous one, was about 7 or 8 meters long. From the black ship, Yu Hong could vaguely see the situation on the shore. Yu Hong directed the atomic lamp to shine over, revealing a desolate white shore. Beyond the bridge, the shore was covered with fine, pale gravel. The gravel reflected an even eerier green under the lamp's illumination. Whoosh! Following Yu Hong's command, a dragon lizard disembarked, darting across the bridge dock and onto the shore. The dragon lizard quickly vanished into the black mist, disappearing. Watching the dragon lizard disappear, Yu Hong swiftly shared its vision, switching to the dragon lizard's perspective. The pale gravel ground flashed past continuously, gradually turning gray and darkening. Soon it became black soil. Dry blades of scraggly grass appeared around the dragon lizard. It pressed on, soon finding a small square black field ahead. Within the field, everything had decayed, with no crops remaining. Beyond the black field, the dragon lizard looked up into the distance, seeing successive patches of black fields stretching far ahead. Farther still, on a high slope, was a cluster of gray and white courtyards. The main gate of the courtyards bore ghastly white lanterns, faintly illuminating the surrounding area. This place. Yu Hong frowned, scrutinizing it. Feels quite off. He directed the dragon lizard to edge toward the courtyards, but soon after, the black ship resumed sailing, and the surroundings were once again enveloped in black mist, vanishing from sight. The shared vision with the dragon lizard also disappeared. Shortly after, Yu Hong's eyes beheld the familiar ruined bridge behind the camp once again. He realized he was back. Perfect. I'll test if the dragon lizards can stay there longer without anything happening. Yu Hong jumped off the black ship, carrying the book he scavenged, and retraced his steps back across the wooden bridge with the remaining 5 dragon lizards, returning to the array's range. Quickly back in the cave, Yu Hong took out the recently scavenged book from his bag, gently opening it, finding it completely blank. Oh! He frowned deeply, attempting to recall the characters with a charcoal pencil, but no matter how hard he tried, He couldn't remember the shapes or contents of the characters. Asterisk, unable to bring it out? How am I supposed to decipher it? Asterisk, checking the time. He swiftly reached the first floor of the cave and activated the communicator. Zhang Kaijun was indeed still online. Got something? He asked succinctly. How did you know I had something? Yu Hong felt speechless. Because you wouldn't be online otherwise, Zhang Kaijun replied. There's a situation. Yu Hong pondered for a moment, deciding not to reveal his exploration of the wooden bridge and black ship. Besides him, others might not even be able to enter, as the self-destructive tendencies akin to mental pollution were likely to lead to immediate suicide without the inner chi to counteract. So he merely mentioned probing with inner chi without results, instead encountering danger. However, elsewhere a peculiar script system was obtained, which he wished to have deciphered. How to decipher an unknown language? I don't have any ideas here, hold on. Let me get an expert to talk to you. Zhang Kaijun, being quite resourceful, immediately handed over the communicator. After a while, a somewhat weary, middle-aged man's voice came through the communicator. Hello, Mr. Yu. I am Chun Tingrong from Gray City, specializing in linguistics. Regarding your question, when faced with a completely unheard language system, the most crucial step to learning from scratch is the extensive collection of samples. This includes obtaining diverse samples from various scenarios. Next is identifying the writing system, whether it's logographic or phonetic, etc. Then, through frequently occurring characters and phrases, determine common vocabulary or grammatical elements. Chapter 204, Behind the Scenes. A heap of method steps left Yu Hong's head spinning, but as a researcher, in order not to be exposed, he still managed to seriously pretend he was taking the matter to heart. After the person opposite him had spoken at length, and finally getting to the end, Yu Hong decisively spoke up. I think I've got the general process down. This is a very time-consuming project, isn't it? Yes, Chun Tingrong replied, not yet finished. In fact, he wanted to say that it was a rare opportunity to demonstrate one's value. So does Gray City have a translation device? I would like to study one. Yu Hong quickly changed the subject. What would he use a translation device for? Of course, for black mark enhancement. Of course, we have many models, but they're not much use. The translated languages probably don't include what you need, Chun Tingrong said. That's fine. I plan to modify one myself to make what I need. It so happens that we also have a computer available. Yu Hong replied with an easy smile. You! Chun Tingrong wanted to say that one person couldn't possibly handle such a work volume, but considering the other side was the miraculous Black Wind Camp, a place that could come up with unscientific things like vortex talisman plates, maybe they really could pull off some other black tech. Soon, Yu Hong switched to talking with Zhang Kaijun, and the two agreed to purchase devices such as translation machines, recording pens, and a batch of new drones and master control devices. Yu Hong paid with 50 radiation hand grenades. After the communication ended, he once again approached the previously delivered symbol production machine tool. The long, rectangular machine, under the light, glinted with a pale, oily sheen, featuring computer connection ports and power sockets. Yu Hong positioned the computer and the production line together and then reached out to press down on it. At this moment, the black mark had already enhanced some of the luminous stone. Now, whenever he didn't have a project to enhance, he would let the black mark work on the luminous stone. The traded luminous stones were piled up inside the stone castle, and to enhance them all at once would take a very long time. Hence, he planned to use a gradual approach, using his spare time to completely enhance the luminous stone. Once I solve the automation issue with the production line, I'll be able to easily produce all sorts of runes I need. By then, the only limitation I'll have is the amount of large pyroxene stone.
Yu Hong pondait à Villy.
Enhance production line. Direction. Improve full automatic function. Idiot-proof operation. Allowing inner chi infusion for simultaneous inscribing. Designing new runes on the computer. He mentally supplied the black mark with the features he imagined for the production line. Quickly, a black line flashed by, and a countdown appeared. 7 days, 11 hours, 18 minutes. Do you want to enhance the production line? the black mark asked. Yes. Yu Hong breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the black mark could perform the enhancement, nothing was a problem. Just when his mood relaxed slightly, the array within the mark transformed again, and the red value invasion from the wood bridge ramped up. Yu Hong's expression changed slightly as he quickly observed the array. From the array's response, he could see that the wood bridge invasion had reached almost 2,000 red value inputs per second. I can't wait for translation. I must resolve the wood bridge issue as soon as possible. He resolved in his heart. Asterisk. 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 Black Tree Village ruins. Armored vehicles were covered with thick layers of luminous stone camouflage tarps, slowly moving through the night. The convoy followed a strange route, now turning, now reversing, now stopping altogether. Inside the vehicles, all the investigation teams and the joint military elite had no doubts. This was the path of the Black Disaster Rift, a safe route risked by previous elite joint forces who had explored it. Inside the third armored personnel carrier in the middle, Xuaningning, Li, and Izina had all gathered together. Besides them, there were also 4 other robust male soldiers, ready to deal with emergencies at any moment. Everyone was wearing thick new protective suits, sitting silently in their seats, strapped in with safety belts. Lin Yi was continuously flipping through a stack of colorful photos in her hands. They were peculiar traces she had found and photographed inside the ruins, around the village. These peculiar traces were left by her father and grandfather before the outbreak of the Black Disaster. Where on earth are you? Yi whispered softly. After this mission, I'll accompany you to the big outpost near the Black Tree Village survivors' concentration to investigate, Xuaningning said in a deep voice. No, it's okay. I can go by myself. Lin Yi shook her head. Anyway, we are now on a mission to capture Shan from the Misha family. Although we're not the first investigation team, let's adjust our condition as much as we can. I've heard that Shan Misha is quite a handful. If you're this distracted, it could be very dangerous. Xuaningning murmured a warning. Beside her, Li was holding his own chest, muttering under his breath, praying, or perhaps doing something else. Lin Yi wanted to say something more. Suddenly, from outside, a deep roar approached, like a wild beast. Boom! The leading armored vehicle fired a grenade launcher. The explosion illuminated the surroundings momentarily. But, unfortunately, the opponent was too fast. A huge boom. The mysterious shadow harshly collided with the first armored vehicle, flipping it on its side. It rolled several times before crashing against the mountainside beside the road. The shadow turned around and charged toward the remaining armored vehicles. Boom! The armored vehicle carrying Yi and her companions was flipped over by a second impact. Everyone screamed as the world spun around them, rolling over a dozen times before coming to a jarring halt. The sound of heavy machine guns erupted outside, followed by continuous explosions. Inside the vehicle, Lin Yi quickly unbuckled her seatbelt, preparing to make her escape, but immediately the armored vehicle was lifted by a great force and harshly smashed back down to the ground. Boom! The body of the vehicle bent and caved inward, throwing Lin Yi and the others heavily against the inner walls. This collision was as severe as being struck by a high-speed vehicle. Yi felt dizzy, blood seeping from her nose and mouth. With difficulty, she crawled over to the others to help them release their seatbelts. The hissing of leaking fuel could be heard inside the vehicle. They had to escape immediately. Otherwise, once they managed to escape the armored vehicle with great difficulty, the outside world was already a wreck, filled with ceaseless gunfire and explosions, armed helicopters strafing with their searchlights at low altitude, and radiation hand grenades being thrown intermittently, combined with the bombing of enhanced pyroxene explosives to target the eerie shadow. Quick! Over here! Someone's injured! Yi collapsed on the ground, carrying Li and Izina on her back and shoulders, while Xuaningning, also covered in blood with a blurred consciousness, followed behind. It's a level 7 black blood rhino. Good thing Minister Xian realized something was wrong and called for support in time. Hurry, hurry. First, Let's stop their bleeding. Give them oxygen. Voices surrounded the mutant humans, and Lin Yi, fading in and out of consciousness, could no longer hold on and slipped into unconsciousness. She was a mutant with a strong constitution and a significant advantage against the Black Disaster, but this did not mean she could maintain that advantage in the face of human firearms. Before she fell asleep, she could continuously hear the soldiers of the Allied forces thanking Minister Xian Jilei. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Several days later, Black Wind Camp. Yu Hong looked grim as he watched the camp's defensive array, its power now reduced to only about 2,000 units of radiation damage per second due to counter-corrosion. The red value had invaded faster than he anticipated. If this continues, the array's reserve of radiation energy will be depleted, and the entire camp will be unable to resist the Black Disaster from outside. Reliance on dragon lizards is pointless. There are only 7 so far, far from enough. He turned around, donned his full gear, and returned to the front of the wooden bridge. This time he did not hesitate. He walked straight onto the black ship along the bridge. The black ship moved slowly away from the bridge, silent and noiseless. Yu Hong's face under the helmet regained its calm. In these days, I've been replacing the dragon lizards to explore that region every day. The lizards are unharmed and have survived, so it seems there shouldn't be any significant problem if I go there myself. The key is to find a clue to remove the red value elevation from the wooden bridge. Xu Cheng had sent a translator device, which was immediately enhanced upon arrival. The previously enhanced production line had also manufactured a batch of radiation hand grenades in preparation. For this operation, he was wearing an enhanced white bear suit that had been coated on the inside with sunlight paint, which effectively repelled the Black Disaster and cloaked his presence. These were all things he had desperately wanted before, but, after contacting the main stronghold, all he needed to do was make a request to naturally acquire them. Moreover, he even approached Grey City and the new Aurora City with a request to collect an entirely new set of rune symbols. There was definitely a complete set of new symbols from major ruins available in Aurora City, which were now en route. If I had a choice, I'd like to make complete preparations and wait until my inner chi was complete before departing. But he stood on the ship's deck, and soon, the side of the ship became partly visible as the black fog began to dissipate in the light of the atomic lamp, revealing a mysterious and unfamiliar dock. The dock was filled with gray-white fine sand, and 2 black dragon lizards had already been waiting on the sand for some time. These were the dragon lizards that Yu Hong had previously left behind for experiments. Boom! The black ship docked, coming to a stop. Without a word, Yu Hong disembarked and steadily stepped onto the gray-white sand. Just as he left the camp and stepped into the mysterious area, in Black Wind Camp, outside the fence, a series of blurry figures emerged within the black fog, encircling the entire camp. Behind the multitude of figures, a mysterious person wrapped in a black suit. His eyes also covered with dark red glasses, stood between the branches of a tree, watching the camp. This is the only surviving camp in the surrounding area. Quite intriguing. It's remarkable that a single person could have lasted this long amidst the layered Black Disaster. This Yu Hong definitely possesses a secret that must not be divulged. The mysterious person muttered to himself as if conversing with someone unseen. Sister Lei suggests we probe a little to see what exactly he relies on to survive in the Black Disaster. Another person's voice came from within the black fog. Based on the cloud map observations, negative radiation inside the camp has reduced a lot. It's a good chance to test his defense mechanisms. The mysterious person laughed, a neurotic kind of laughter. You try first. If the area is too clean and ordinary shadow baits can't breach through, we'll join forces and lure something more dangerous over, another person said. It's no use. The protective effects of the serum can't deceive Black Disasters above level 6. According to the records, this camp has previously resisted level 8 insect men and speed men, the mysterious person said unconcernedly. So our target should be to observe, collect data and intelligence to figure out what Yu Hong relies on to combat high-risk Black Disasters, and ultimately, use the collected intelligence to find a vulnerability. Why do we have to deal with this person? Wouldn't it be better to include such a high-skilled research talent directly into the association? The other person asked, puzzled. You're not wrong. But if this person lacks nothing and can resist high-risk black disasters, then why would he need to join the association? The mysterious person smiled. That's why what we need to do is destroy his reliance. Make him need the association. Our help. Chapter 205, Behind the Scenes.
Mysterious Doc.
Yu Hong, guided by the atomic lamp, was escorted by dragon lizards from all directions as soon as he disembarked, quickly making his way to the mansion. In the darkness, there were fields of decay surrounding him. Between the abandoned, rotting fields, a gray path was lit up in a ghastly green hue, winding and twisting its way to the mansion's grand gates. Yu Hong was now walking on this path. He kept surveying his surroundings, peering into the fields of decay where he could faintly make out shadowy figures that stood silent among the overgrowth, unmoving, as if they were farmers at work. These figures weren't here when the dragon lizards came before. Yu Hong's mind grew cautious, but he dared not slow down, for through calculation, the black ship's docking time was limited to 20 minutes. If he couldn't complete his exploration within 20 minutes, he would have to suffer staying in this enigmatic zone for 24 hours. This was something he couldn't tolerate. He ran along the path and soon, a few dozen meters ahead would take him to the mansion. Suddenly, a figure in a black robe burst out from the fields of decay on his right. The figure let out a sinister laugh, emitting an invisible disturbance. In an instant, the disturbance enveloped Yu Hong, reversing his forward momentum to retreat.
Yu Hong est Streetfalterd.
The same black disaster as before. It wasn't an isolated event. He realized his sense of direction was being interfered with, so he stood still instead and reached over his shoulder to retrieve the large iron ball. The dragon lizards scattered into the fields, each entering the decay to guard the surrounding area, preventing any other black disasters from ambushing. Whoosh! The iron ball started to rotate above Yu Hong's head, creating a whooshing sound as it cut through the air. Inner chi covered the surface of the iron ball, emitting a faint pearlescent glow. Thud! As the iron ball spun in circles, it naturally swept over every figure in the vicinity, and within a few rotations, it struck the figure in the black robe with extremely high speed. The enormous weight, amplified by inner chi, instantly shattered the figure into dust, which dissipated as black smoke. The wave of distortion affecting the direction disappeared at once. Yu Hong reeled in the iron ball and strode forward. Mixing up my sense of direction is no big deal. As long as I sweep over every area within my vicinity, standing still will also solve the problem. This was the solution he had come up with. Crossing the last few dozen meters, Yu Hong finally stood before the gates of the White Mansion. Outside the gates, two pale lanterns shed a foreboding white light. A couplet was hung on the door along with a horizontal inscription, but Yu Hong couldn't recognize the characters. Creak. As if sensing Yu Hong's arrival, the mansion gates slowly opened by themselves, revealing the scene inside. In the courtyard, a massive landscape garden was enclosed within the gray-white walls. Inside the garden were rockeries, streams, pavilions, and water wheels. The scenery was exquisitely crafted. Aside from the landscape, what caught Yu Hong's keen attention was a black stone sculpture placed at the center of the courtyard. The sculpture resembled a dog, or perhaps a fox, pitch black with a few irregular, asymmetrical horns protruding from its forehead and squatting in the center of the courtyard, facing Yu Hong. Crack. The surface of the sculpture quickly fractured, splitting along lines as if something inside was attempting to break free. Whoosh! An iron ball, whistling through the air, smashed fiercely towards the sculpture. With a weight of over 5 tons combined with the impact force unleashed by Yu Hong, it thundered towards the upper part of the sculpture. At the same time, the upper body of the sculpture completely shattered, birthing a monstrous, blood-covered canine creature. The creature had barely pushed out its head and opened its mouth to howl when, boom! The iron ball crashed down. Inner chi white light accelerated the impact, pressing down in an instant. The ground trembled violently, and a large pit appeared out of nowhere at the center of the courtyard. The monstrous canine was reduced to mincemeat, its sounds silenced, crushed beneath the iron ball and slowly steaming into black smoke, vanishing into nothing. Yu Hong, his expression calm, grabbed the chain and pulled back the iron ball. So, the people who wait for the enemy to finish transforming before they act in critical moments, just how foolish are they? Wouldn't it be better to strike while they're vulnerable? He stepped into the courtyard, looking around. Suddenly, a laugh came from a building on the left. Boom! The iron ball shot out, smashing through the building's railing and into the room from where the laughter emerged. The wall collapsed, the wooden door shattered, and black smoke billowed. Yu Hong yanked back the iron ball, his face expressionless. Boom! Laughter came from the right building, which was cut off midway by the iron ball that crashed through the wall and into the room, instantly disappearing. It seemed that the enemy was provoked. From the depths of the mansion, a deep roar rose swiftly. Whoosh! A sound of air being torn came from afar. Leaping from the depths of the mansion, a huge shadow suddenly sprang up. It was an individual swollen all over, clad in heavy, dark armor, a chubby figure. He wore no helmet. His face was filled with stitched cuts, his flesh pale, the visage of a waterlogged, swollen corpse. Standing 3 meters tall, his leap brought a wicked wind, thunderously bearing down on Yu Hong. Ha ha ha! The fat figure was no longer laughing playfully but roared with arrogant laughter. Its palms outstretched, sharp purple nails aimed at Yu Hong's head. Thump! What greeted him was a huge iron sphere with a diameter of 1 meter. The iron ball, whipped out at high speed like a cannonball, hit the fat man squarely in the chest midair. The immense impact force smashed him down on the spot, breaking his armor, and sending flesh and blood flying in every direction. His strange laughter abruptly ceased as his hefty body crashed down, breaking a section of the surrounding wall, and then all was silent. Yu Hong grabbed the chain and retracted the iron ball. So weak, and yet you dare laugh in my face? Humph. He shook his head slightly, carrying the iron ball drenched with white blood and flesh, and walked towards the depths of the mansion. He hadn't walked far when a gaunt, 3-meter-tall shadow that was thin as a stick and shrieking burst out of a room and pounced towards him at top speed. With a muffled thud, the tall, thin shadow was smashed back the way it came. The room he was in was instantly crushed, and even the wall where the room's door was located collapsed completely. With the strength of the erosion array at the wooden bridge, it's impossible that this place is full of such garbage. Come out. Don't hide, Yu Hong muttered to himself. He walked straight towards the depths of the mansion, smashing an iron ball through any loft he encountered, and likewise, crushing any surrounding wall to pass through. He never took the indirect route. Anything that dared make a sound nearby was met with a devastating blow from the ball. At first, many things in the mansion made quite the commotion, but later it seemed they all understood that whoever made a noise would be going to their demise, and thus silence prevailed. In less than 10 minutes, Yu Hong had directly arrived at the deepest part of the mansion. A large garden overgrown with weeds. The black weeds were nearly half a person tall, hiding much of the garden's original layout. In the very center of the garden was an altar, a long altar that seemed to be used for conducting ceremonies, paying homage to the heavens and earth. On it were offerings, an incense burner, a short sword, some tied-up unknown grass roots, and a roll of cloth scriptures weighed down with a black stone. Out of these, the incense burner was continuously emitting a thin stream of black smoke. Before even getting close, the readings on Yu Hong's detection device skyrocketed. Since entering, the detector's readings had been jumping between several tens of thousands and over 100,000. But at this moment, the numbers on the LCD screen quickly soared above 300,000 and continued to climb. 400,000, 500,000, 700,000. The detector finally stabilized around a red value of 860,000. Yu Hong stopped in his tracks and stared intently at the altar without moving. Even a level 8 black disaster only clocked in at around 100,000 red value, and this 860,000 red value is just from keeping my distance. It seems that this thing is likely the core of this place. During these days, he had conducted tests using dragon lizards and knew that this area was an isolated island, surrounded by black river water that flowed unceasingly. The only thing of exploratory value on the island was this mansion. And now, he felt that he had probably found the source behind the erosion array that infiltrated the wooden bridge. What to do? He observed the altar, especially the incense burner, which looked very dangerous. Only 8 minutes left. I must make a decision quickly. Looking at the incense burner, Yu Hong pondered for a moment, then took down the iron ball, grabbed the chain, and started swinging it over his head, circling round and round. The iron ball's circling speed steadily increased. Faster and faster, more and more urgent. The whooshing gradually turned into a heavy wailing sound. Whoosh, whoosh, an immense wailing sound, under the infusion of inner chi, slowly turned into a bizarre laugh. Tiny white flames began to burn on the surface of the sphere. Boom! In an instant, the speed of the iron ball peaked and it was hurled forward. Turned into a dark shadow, it smashed towards the altar's incense burner. The black smoke billowing from the incense burner suddenly condensed at that moment, turning into a giant hand, a hand measuring 4 to 5 meters in length and as thick as a bathtub, reaching out to catch the flying iron ball. The iron ball and the giant hand collided in midair. Hum! Amid the massive impact sound, a circle of gray, transparent ripples spread out around them. The iron ball was sent flying back and caught by Yu Hong with both hands, but the tremendous force of the collision also propelled him backwards, slamming him hard into a white wall. As bricks and stones tumbled down, dust flew up. Yu Hong stood up straight from the rubble, inspecting the large iron ball with its spikes broken off. Very strong force, but it seems it hasn't managed to pose a threat to me. He set down the iron ball and scathed, with only his gloves gripping the ball twisted and distorted, with fragments of metal broken off like the ends of snapped sugarcane, full of spikes. He simply removed the gloves and discarded them. Inner chi continuously surged through him. A white flame began to glow and burn on his shoulders, head, and arms, surging and leaping into the sky. The thunderbolt transformation of the fifth layer was running at full strength. A faint laughter, mad and unrestrained, emerged from the surrounding air, the kind that only manifested when the thunderbolt leg technique was used with full force. Yet, it was abnormal that it had appeared now without being used. Let's see if I can kill you. Yu Hong crouched, once again embracing the iron ball. His eyes grew dark as if he were a predator about to hunt. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, the detector on his collar suddenly emitted an alarm sound. The time had come. The black ship was about to leave. The alarm was set a few minutes ahead as a buffer for the return journey. Yu Hong's eyes swiftly lost their murderous intent, and the inner chi flames around him instantly dimmed and died. Such a pity. He glanced at the giant dark hand one last time, then turned and left without hesitation. Along the way, the dragon lizards he controlled had already gathered the remains of the black disasters he had just crushed, their mouths bulging as they followed him in a quick retreat. After Yu Hong left, the massive dark hand dissolved once again into black smoke and returned to the incense burner. However, having been so fiercely smashed just now, the black smoke emanating from the incense burner seemed to have weakened slightly. Chapter 206. Behind the Scenes. Inside the Black Wind Camp, transparent air currents rose up like crows, constantly attacking the massive influx of shadows. The shadows fell one after another, as if something extremely tempting within the camp was luring them, each recklessly charging toward the stone castle. There were at least 1,000 shadows surrounding it, layer upon layer, among which several huge figures called Big Skin joined the siege. Outside the camp, looking at the air current crows condensed by the array, a mysterious figure stood on a tree branch, eyes wide with shock. What the hell is that thing? Can it even condense into little birds? Is it some kind of naked eye special effect or some light and shadow technology? It's not a special effect. It should be a special attack deliberately shaped like crows. Just not sure what kind of attack it is. Another voice also carried a hint of incomprehension and doubt. This camp definitely has a problem. And a big one at that. The mysterious person said gravely. It seems that Yu Hong is not here, which is convenient for us to make our move. If we're going to act, we need to do it quickly. Another agreed. Without another word, the mysterious figure swiftly retreated, vanishing for a while. A few minutes later, he reappeared on the tree branch, now with a dark, shoulder-mounted rocket-propelled grenade launcher on his shoulder. In other words, a man-portable rocket launcher. Aiming at the ground of the camp, the mysterious figure unlocked the safety, corrected the trajectory, and violently pressed the launch button. Swish! A streak of red light turned into a scarlet line, shooting out at a speed of hundreds of meters per second, flying into the mid-air of the camp, and crashing diagonally into the ground. Boom! A ball of fiery yellow flames burst open in an instant. But eerily, the instant the fireball exploded, it was met by a swarm of air current crows, which darted out and positioned themselves in front of the array. The arrays automatically triggered air current crows, which were meant to slow things down, ironically became a shield to block the explosion. The wind component of the wind and fire slaughter spirit array twisted the direction of the blast instantly. The fire component, which gifted the array with a strong resistance to high temperatures, had no fear of the scorching heat. Thus, the explosion of the rocket-propelled grenade, where most of the lethal force was centered, became merely a force of impact. This defense mechanism can even block a man-portable rocket? The mysterious person put down the emptied launcher tube, voice filled with surprise. One more shot, this mechanism is almost done for. I saw something silver-white in the crater blasted by the explosion. It must be the base component of this defense system. Just destroy this part and it should be finished. Another person whispered in the dark. Hearing this, the mysterious individual carefully looked at the array and indeed saw that the silver metallic components exposed in the crater, now slightly deformed and showing faint cracks, and the influx of shadows around them was becoming smoother. It was evident that the camp's defense mechanism had weakened considerably. Then let's do this again. The mysterious person chuckled. He reached into his backpack and pulled out another man-portable rocket, which was as long as a forearm, and loaded it into the launcher. Then shouldered it and aimed. Wait! Yu Hong is back. We need to leave immediately. I've detected his individual reaction. Another voice suddenly urged. Shall we deal with him directly? No, it won't be good if we hurt him and mess up Sister Thunderbolt's plan. Let's go, retreat. Without another word, the mysterious figure turned and walked away. In the blink of an eye, he jumped onto a tree branch behind him, somersaulted in the air, and disappeared into the depths of the black fog. Wait, no, that's not right. Yu Hong is approaching, and his speed is... Suddenly, the voice of the other person became distorted, the latter half unsaid. A burly figure abruptly appeared behind the mysterious person. Thunderbolt! Snap! A large hand grabbed the mysterious person's right ankle midair. The immense force made it impossible for him to break free. Wait, I am... The person under the helmet had an extreme change in expression and started to shout urgently. In an instant, he was grabbed by one leg and slammed down violently. Bang! The ground trembled slightly. The mysterious person's right leg was completely smashed, and he lay on the ground, his black bodysuit torn open in several places, his glasses shattered, revealing a pair of pale and pupil-less eerie eyes underneath. His broken right leg was fractured from the thigh, but no blood flowed out, only a pile of twisted and broken silver-black metallic parts. The mysterious person opened his mouth, wanting to say something else, but Yu Hong grabbed his hair with one hand and lifted him up. Where's the other one? He asked in a deep voice. You can't do this to me. We mean no harm to you, the mysterious person said in a disjointed manner.
No harm.
Yu Hong glanced at the rocket launcher lying on the ground. It was just a test, to see if you were qualified to join our ranks, the mysterious person quickly said. A test? Haha. You're so weak and still have the nerve to talk about a test. Yu Hong couldn't help but laugh. What makes you think I would want to join you? Because you're weak enough? The mysterious person clenched his teeth. He was still somewhat bewildered. According to the intelligence, Yu Hong had decent combat skills, and with the right equipment and weapons, he was almost as strong as the top enhanced individuals. But now, this was on par with the top enhanced individuals. He suddenly realized that the association had a huge error in their intelligence on Yu Hong and Black Wind Camp. Yu Hong, an individual's power is limited. You are stronger than us, but you can never ensure your absolute safety. A second voice also rang out from the surroundings. The Black Disaster is endless. As a researcher, you must know this, but we have a way to avoid it. Just join us, the voice said. So is that why you brought a rocket launcher to blow up my camp?
Yu Hong retorted.
Both went silent. This is actually a misunderstanding, the mysterious person said with difficulty. We were just testing the limit of your camp's defensive capabilities. Boom! Yu Hong slapped the person's face with a backhand. The immense force instantly broke his neck. Crack! A symphony of breaking bones. The mysterious man died on the spot. His head was limp, hanging by a layer of skin on the left side. I was just testing the protective limits of your cervical spine, Yu Hong said coldly. The other person had no words in response. Several seconds later, he spoke in a dry voice. Yu Hong, you will regret this. You have no idea what you've missed. Whoosh! Suddenly, Yu Hong turned his head to look to the front left, his body flaring with a white light, and disappeared on the spot. In the black forestland, a blurry human figure was frantically sprinting, attempting to escape into the distance. But as he ran desperately, a burly figure suddenly appeared on the open ground beside him. It was Yu Hong. Being able to run around aimlessly, even with the Black Disaster all around, it seems like you have something to rely on, Yu Hong said calmly as he ran. His breathing wasn't the least bit ragged from the sprinting. Only a speed far exceeding his current one would result in such calmness. Realizing he couldn't escape, the man finally slowed down abruptly and halted. My speed has already reached the limits of the enhanced humans. How can you catch up so easily? Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, Yu Hong's expression shifted, and in the blink of an eye, he backed away, retreating a dozen meters in an instant. Boom! The mysterious man's body suddenly exploded, orange-yellow flames engulfing the area 7 or 8 meters around him. Flesh burst forth alongside the high-temperature flames, shattering the nearby mud, stones, and trees. Yu Hong raised a hand to shield his face, the bulletproof suit he wore slightly charred. As for the impact, it merely caused his body to sway a little. Lowering his hand, he looked at the deep crater created by the explosion, narrowing his eyes. In such a perilous situation, to encounter an organization that uses implanted bombs to control life and death? If it were peacetime, he would believe it, but now, in an age close to the apocalypse, such an organization's threat of implanting bombs had little, if any, deterrence for people already facing death at any moment. If the bomb's deterrence isn't strong, then the purpose of this bomb is a bit interesting. He moved forward and quickly cleaned up the remnants of the other person. Unfortunately, all items had been shattered by the explosion. Unrecognizable. Returning to the body of the other person he had come across earlier, to his surprise, that body had also exploded. There was just a charred pit left, with the edges of the surrounding trees ignited, glowing with specks of red light. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. White Moth Mountain Range. Within the massive mountain range that spans the middle of Dongha territory, a line of ambulances, flashing red and green lights, were speedily returning in the direction of New Aurora City under the guard of armored vehicles, along the fissures. Due to the Black Disaster's attack on the investigative troops ahead, causing severe casualties, this batch of ambulances was specially tasked with transporting the wounded back for recuperation. Lin Yi and others were also aboard. She and Xuaningning were transported separately because her constitution made her injuries relatively lighter, so her transport priority was later. It was the gray hour. The dark mountain roads amidst the pitch-black mountains had no moonlight, illuminated only by the lights of the vehicles. The convoy seemed to blindly navigate through a dark fog. Without the satellite navigation in the vehicles, they would not even know how to return. Lin Yi sat propped up in the ambulance bed, glancing sideways at the road rushing by outside. The severe dizziness from the violent impact still persisted in her mind. Don't worry, we've driven this route many times. It's one of the most stable fissures. On either side, there are level 9 group-living black disasters, equally matched, and neither side can cross this boundary. The caring nurse assured her gently. I don't want to go back. Yi shook her head. Her injuries were not too serious, and she did not need to go back for recuperation. Having just found a trace of her father and grandfather, she was impatient in her heart, eager to immediately pursue the next clue. But no matter what you do, you need a healthy. The nurse continued. Boom! Suddenly, a huge noise startled Lin Yi into a daze. She and the nurse both clutched their ears, pressing against the side of the vehicle. Outside the window, an armored vehicle in front was lifted off the ground, tumbling past the window. Get out! The nurse yelled sternly. She pulled Yi open the door and rolled out. Just as they had jumped out, a large, rotting, gray-white spider suddenly pounced from above the ambulance. The spider was over the height of a person, its 8 legs spread out, like a giant long-legged washbasin atop the vehicle's roof. Its legs gently pierced into the vehicle as if searching for the living inside. Gunfire rang incessantly, and Lin Yi, in a daze, was pulled by the nurse into a frantic run, fleeing aimlessly in an unknown direction. Before they knew it, they had entered a pitch-black cave and hid behind a large rock, covering themselves with a luminous stone blanket, daring not to breathe too loudly. Outside, the continuous sounds of brutal screaming and explosions could be heard, as the nurse trembled all over, silently shedding tears. Yi could only tightly grasp her hand, trying to offer comfort. That's a blood-eating dragon. They are most attracted to moving things and are unaffected by any shielding devices. Just as the two were in extreme anxiety, from deeper within the cave, suddenly a despondent male voice was heard. Chapter 207, Exploration. Inside the Black Wind Camp, Yu Hong scavenged the remnants of 2 corpses but, after some time, found nothing of value. Everything had been scorched by high temperatures, making it impossible to identify the original items. He frowned and first approached the translation device being enhanced. The translator on the wooden table was a palm-sized, black, square metal box with a large LCD screen embedded on top, complete with full-color touch display. A camera and microphone were attached to the edges, enabling real-time translation of external speech. At this moment, the countdown on the translator's surface indicated that only a few minutes remained. Yu Hong wiped his forehead, sweat dripping from his body after returning from a workout. He decided to remove his clothes and take a quick shower. Success. He opened the cooling water pipe. The hot water flowing out seemed slightly less than before. Yu Hong watched the water flow, recalling yesterday's flow was as thick as a banana, whereas today, it was only the thickness of a pen. Is there a problem with the underground water? He wondered, frowning. The underground water system relied solely on ordinary piped water covered with solar materials. Such protection was undoubtedly the camp's weakest link. He occasionally worried about potential issues, but the steady water supply had allowed him to overlook the problem temporarily. After all, the black mark kept him too busy. But now, forget it. Let's deal with the wooden bridge first. After a quick rinse, Yu Hong changed into clean clothes and returned to the table on the first floor. The translator on the table had completely transformed in appearance. It had changed from a metal box into a single-sided earphone with a microphone attached. The earphone was entirely black with a matte finish, with a row of vague gray-white characters resembling alphabetic text on the side. Yu Hong picked it up and examined it but couldn't find any buttons. Soon, he noticed a very fine row of explanatory text in Chinese on the outside of the translator's earpiece. Translator, also known as the Yueying language collector, it has the special ability to collect samples, analyze unknown languages, and ultimately provide translation content. Due to people being frustrated with prolonged contact with unknown civilizations, this high-cost performance special translator was created in collaboration with Collection Method. Remove the earpiece and gently glide its back over the sample to complete the collection. Upon completion, a voice progress percentage will be provided, with 100% indicating the translation of the unknown language is complete. Yu Hong could immediately tell that this was another one of those magical objects that the Black Mark somehow procured from somewhere. It appeared to be a mass-production item. He clicked his tongue in admiration a few times and picked up the translator, inserting one earpiece into his ear. The microphone on the other side instantly attached to his cheek as if magnetically. Looking at the translator's LCD screen like a mirror, Yu Hong found that, from a distance, it appeared as if there was a black tattoo on his right cheek due to its thinness. Activating Yueying. As soon as he wore it, a sweet female voice in Chinese sprung from the earpiece. This device requires no operation. Once worn correctly, it will automatically collect audio language, providing the required time and current progress during collection. If you require text translation, you may remove the device in a quiet place, scan the reverse, and then wear it again to receive audio-transmitted translation content. Please select the post-translation language: 1 Chinese, 2 English, 3 Dongha language, for Flyca language. Asterisk not bad. It even had default built-in languages. Asterisk Yu Hong quickly selected one. When he was enhancing it, he thought a bit, and the Black Mark thoughtfully added the corresponding content for him. After testing the translator for a while and ensuring there were no problems and he could operate it skillfully, he turned to other matters. Asterisk next, he had to repair the array. The defensive formation could be damaged by a rocket attack. It was clearly not sturdy enough. It needed to be strengthened. Asterisk. He walked out of the cave, placing one hand on the ground, silently invoking the Black Mark to repair. The repair time was quick, just over 3 hours. But Yu Hong was still thinking about further strengthening. Watching the countdown begin, he walked around the camp with his hands behind his back, pondering how to solve the problem of long-range bombing with thermal weapons. By this time, the dragon lizards had already burned away most of the shadows that had invaded the camp with their black flames. The remaining ones were soon easily exterminated by the array. The interior of the array was a mess. There was still a large crater on the outer courtyard from the previous rocket blast. Next to the crater, a dragon lizard guarded the spoils they had scavenged earlier. A loaded, unfired, man-portable rocket launcher. Yu Hong walked over, picked it up, weighed it, and, given his current strength, it felt light. The only solution to weapons long-range bombardment was to set up long-range reconnaissance methods, to discover threats early when they were far away, make judgments, and take targeted preemptive actions. Yu Hong frowned. Ground, air, and underground advanced preparation was necessary. He thought of the defense means in modern warfare: radar. If there was a wide-range scanning radar, suspicious objects in the vicinity could be spotted early. But keeping a large area radar running continuously required a significant amount of energy. With his current miniature nuclear power generator's capacity, it might not be able to sustain it, nor was it necessary. Asterisk no need for a large radar. Small ones could be set up to scan a few dozen kilometers around, with watchtowers placed in surrounding areas, combined with the dragon lizards patrolling in all directions. It should establish a relatively complete defense circle. Asterisk. Having developed a plan, Yu Hong returned to the cave and drew it out on wooden boards, recording it for future revisions. Then, he activated the communicator. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as he powered on and entered the channel, he heard a burst of urgent coughing from the speaker. It was Zhang Kaijun. Old Zhang, are you all right? Yu Hong was now quite familiar with him, and their terms of address had become much more casual.
I'm okay.
Recently, there's been some problem with the underground water. I've sent someone to investigate and resolve it. The acidity in the drinking water suddenly spiked. I suspect there's a black disaster meddling in the underground river, Zhang Kaijun said calmly. There seems to be a bit of trouble on my side too, but it's not urgent. What about people with closed eyes? Are they still around? Yu Hong asked. They haven't expanded their territory further anymore. Based on the formation principles of high-risk black disaster rifts, we are continually bombarding fixed areas with luminous stones, following specific red value adjustments. Zhang Kaijun, true to his technical background, immediately delved into a theoretical discussion as soon as he started talking about it. Stick to the main points, Yu Hong interrupted, not having the time to engage in idle talk. The main point is we are endeavoring to artificially create black disaster rifts because, through exploration, the countermeasures against high-risk black disasters are regularized. Zhang Kaijun said, Let me know when you succeed. I've got some trouble I need advice on. Yu Hong lowered his voice. What trouble? There are living people, not black disasters, but living people. They suddenly launched a single-manned RPG at my camp while I was out. They claimed to belong to a mysterious organization and bragged about being able to walk freely amidst the black disasters. Yu Hong described briefly. A mysterious organization? Zhang Kaijun clearly hesitated. Any distinctive characteristics? There are quite a few mysterious organizations at this point. None, just dressed in black and wearing protective goggles. At such times, the attire is quite normal, making it impractical as a distinctive mark for tracking. Yu Hong admitted with frustration. Of course, there wasn't a complete absence of marks. When I tried to search for clues, the two attackers suddenly self-destructed. I personally feel they didn't want to self-destruct but were controlled. You know what I mean, right? Understood. Being controlled to self-destruct already indicates the organization's level of control, Zhang Kaijun responded. But this is something I can't help with. Most of my time and energy are spent maintaining stability around Grey City. Regarding various external mysterious organizations, Minister Xiangile is definitely more informed than I am. You might want to ask her. No need. I've heard. Xiangile's voice chimed in at the right moment. An organization capable of controlling members to suddenly self-destruct is not commonly seen in my records. Not commonly seen? Minister Xian knows something? Could you give me a hint? Yu Hong quickly inquired. This time, Yu Hong was consulting not only about the mysterious organization Ascension Tower he had no clue about, but also regarding a situation Zhang Kaijun had previously mentioned. Briskly explaining the moving wooden bridge situation, both Zhang Kaijun and Xiangile fell silent. After a moment, Xiangile's voice resumed. This is the black migration phenomenon. After the night occupies 99% of the time, we have discovered certain special high red value images that appear inexplicably and move toward certain directions. The black migration phenomenon generally doesn't occur with singular black disasters. The trajectory of movement is unpredictable, seemingly lacking in regularity. In September last year, Aurora City had encountered a similar situation. A house, which appeared out of nowhere, suddenly emerged in an abandoned wetland park outside the city, only to disappear soon after. So you're saying that things involved in the black migration phenomenon suddenly disappear? Yu Hong caught the crux. Yes, the black migration phenomenon observed so far does possess this characteristic. Now that the nighttime black phases have lengthened, the occurrence of black migration phenomena is reasonable. Just avoid their moving path, and you won't be in danger, Xiangile explained. Got it. Yu Hong thought of where the wooden bridge led, worrying about what would happen if he entered, and then the wooden bridge and black ship suddenly disappeared. It seemed a swift strategy was needed to get in quickly and get out. After acquiring the intelligence he needed, Yu Hong sincerely thanked Minister Xiangile and inquired about the status of Stammering E. Chapter 208. Exploring. The second investigation team is still fine. No major issues. We have located the whereabouts of one of the Misha family members. The joint military has already dispatched a positioning drone to scout the area. After the blanket bombing is completed, the investigation team will go to check, Xiangile said with ease. Understood. Yu Hong relaxed a bit. Communication ended, the communicator disconnected. He took up a pen to record the intelligence he had just received and then went down to the basement to once again begin the arduous practice of the Thunderbolt leg technique. Just the final layer remained for him to reach completion and enter the overlaid state of the Thunderbolt transformation. By then, his strength would definitely see a major enhancement and change. So he had to hurry. Today was the day of the Black Ship's arrival. Tomorrow, he planned to make thorough preparations to completely deal with that mysterious Black Hand. A night without words. Early the next day, the sky was dimly lit, but quickly, lasting only 10 minutes, the sky that had just brightened swiftly dimmed again. Yu Hong wasn't surprised, just silently put on the enhanced suit, took his weapon and equipment, and walked out of the camp. Shortly, the sky turned pitch black. Once more, the surroundings plunged into the profound darkness where one could not see their own fingers. Yu Hong stood in front of the mountain wall behind the cave, the greenish light of the atomic lamp illuminating the wooden bridge in front. This time he only brought 4 dragon lizards. All the rest were scattered around defending the camp. After repairing the array, the black mark was assigned to enhance the luminous stone. Everything around was settled, only the wooden bridge remained unusual. Yu Hong glanced at the detector screen and checked the array markings again. Suddenly, his expression faltered. The red value intrusion on the wooden bridge has stopped increasing? The current rate of red value intrusion was the same as yesterday's, with no change whatsoever. Could it be? Yu Hong thought about the chaos he caused on that solitary island yesterday, and that Black Hand. He always felt that thing might be very much related to the wooden bridge and the Black Ship. Pausing briefly, he immediately stopped pondering whether his actions yesterday had had an effect. He would know if he tried again today. With that thought, he dropped his face mask, pressed his foot down, and suddenly darted out. He covered the distance of several dozen meters in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he was on the Black Ship at the end of the wooden bridge. Thump! A muffled sound. The deck shuddered slightly as he leapt onto it. But no sooner had he boarded the ship than Yu Hong swept his gaze and saw a black-haired humanoid figure in a black robe sitting in a corner. The figure was sitting with knees bent on the deck. Upon noticing Yu Hong's arrival, it stood up, a wave of invisible fluctuations spreading out from its body. Within a radius of several dozen meters around, all directions simultaneously shifted. Boom! Before it could even start its attack, a huge black iron sphere appeared above its head. Crashed down heavily. The humanoid figure shattered, turning into black smoke. Yu Hong's expression remained calm as he checked for any remnants before sitting down cross-legged, quietly waiting for the Black Ship to arrive. He had become very adept at dealing with these direction-confusing humanoid black disasters. Asterisk. 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 New Aurora City, the Joint Military Puchang First Hospital. Xingile, in casual attire, a purple blouse with fitted black trousers, entered the hospital's nursing ward through a VIP passage, escorted by a group of security personnel. In the pristine hospital lobby, the hospital director, who had been waiting for a long time, greeted her quietly with a group of medical staff and led her through several clean corridors. Eventually, they reached an extremely quiet special intensive care unit. The elderly, white-haired director said nothing, merely nodding to Xingile before turning to quietly leave with his team, leaving her alone. From this point on, the next 15 minutes were absolutely undisturbed quiet time. Xingile slowly approached a room with transparent glass walls and looked through the glass at the person lying on the bed inside. It was a young bald boy, bearing a striking resemblance to her. She didn't speak or make any other movements, just quietly regarded the frail boy on the bed. One hand gently pressing against the glass wall, Xingile's silvery gray pupils seemed to focus, yet also seemed to fall into some inexplicable trance. The 15 minutes quickly passed. She lowered her hand, reluctantly turned away, and briskly walked out of the corridor. Her subordinates had already been waiting for a while outside. A guard quickly handed her an encrypted phone. Xingile glanced at the latest messages on the phone, her expression slightly furrowed. The returning convoy was attacked? Yes, there have been 2 convoys that encountered attacks, one after the other. The number of dead and wounded has not been tallied yet. The rescue team has rushed over and temporarily repelled the Level 9 Black Disaster blood-eating dragon. Since it is a blood-tide creature, it was relatively manageable. The subordinate spoke softly yet with a low voice. And the injured from the mutant investigation team? Were they attacked as well?
Xin Yilei inquit.
Yes. What about the flies and worms? They encountered Yu Hong's counterattack while they were attempting to probe and failed to escape in time, so I detonated them. The subordinate's voice sounded strange. Despite wearing a black military uniform of the Joint Army, they managed to exude a weirdly slack demeanor. How foolish! Exangele had no words to respond. So, about the attack on the investigation team's injured, do we need to notify Black Wind Camp? The subordinate asked softly. There's no need. Mutants are not that easy to kill. Still, we need to find them quickly. The dangers outside are escalating. The only ones who can enjoy a bit of freedom right now are the mutants and modified humans. Exangele led the way out of the hospital and got into the bulletproof car, heading towards the military commission building. Understood. According to signal feedback, the second investigation team's vital signs are stable. There's no danger to their lives, said the subordinate in the car, nodding. Keep a personal eye on this matter. Remember, the mutants cannot die. The newly reassembled Team 2 must maintain its combat effectiveness and cannot have any issues, at least not until we deal with those 2 Misha members. Exangele's voice took on a slight edge. I understand. Asterisk. 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 Creak. The gate to the courtyard swung open automatically. Yu Hong didn't stop for a moment, his burly figure darting into the yard like a black cat, agile and nimble, his legs glowing faintly with unreleased inner chi. This time, his approach prioritized stealth and agility. Boom! The wall in front of him was smashed through. Debris scattered, and through the dust cloud, Yu Hong's figure charged forward, heading for the second wall. Boom! 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 3 walls in a row were effortlessly breached. Yu Hong finally returned to the altar in the backyard garden at his fastest speed. Hiss! Just as he entered the garden, he skidded to a halt, the chains and iron ball he dragged behind him moved by inertia. With the force of his arms and the burst of his inner chi, whoosh! The iron ball, like a cannonball under multiple forces, slammed into the incense burner on the altar. The incense burner's black smoke and lightning coalesced into a large hand, attempting to repeat its previous trick by reaching for the spiked ball. But this time, accompanying the iron ball was a chaotic assortment of radiation hand grenades, the new radiation bombs. Boom! A loud noise resounded. As the iron ball collided with the dark hand, causing ripples to spread, those assorted radiation weapons also exploded at that moment. Hiss, 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 hiss. A dense array of explosion force fields suppressed the concentration of red value around the black hand, having it instantly. With the concentration of red value suppressed, Yu Hong, already ablaze with white flames, charged at the ground with a stomp, rushing toward the mysterious incense burner beneath the black hand. Igniting his inner chi, he utilized the Thunderbolt leg technique at full power and reached for the body of the incense burner itself. He was using the speed of the Thunderbolt leg to catch the black hand off guard, a direct strike at the vital spot, maximizing his own advantages. The 5th layer of the Thunderbolt leg technique was starting to show off its exaggerated movement speed. With the ability to cover 30 or 40 meters in a second, Yu Hong appeared within a meter of the incense burner in the blink of an eye. However, when he reached straight for the incense burner, he noticed something dark red writhing and spinning within the hollowed-out patterns of the burner. Even more bizarrely, the black hand seemed to completely ignore his dash towards the incense burner, continuing to suppress the iron ball and hovering in midair. In the split second of realization, Yu Hong's heart stirred, and he forcibly twisted his hand to the side. The explosive burst of the Thunderbolt leg technique granted him a strong, high-speed adaptive reflex. Plop! Without realizing what he had grabbed, but certain it wasn't the incense burner, he hastily retracted his hand. Then his right leg, filled with inner chi flame, swept upward from below, erupting in a harsh laugh as he ferociously kicked the center of the altar. Crack! The altar snapped in two on the spot. The incense burner was sent flying high. The black hand above quickly faded, dispersed, and vanished in the blink of an eye. All around, silence settled once again. Darkness enveloped the area as if something even more troublesome and dangerous was rapidly brewing, on the verge of eruption. Yu Hong, sensing something was amiss, grabbed onto the object, dragging the iron ball and ran. Bolting over 100 meters away from the mansion, he only then looked back toward the altar. Plop! A black hand, identical to the one before, stretched out from the garden's ground. Not only one hand but another also emerged, pulling at the sides. Pushing upwards, they revealed a massive, pitch-black three-eyed figure. From a distance, the figure appeared in a black robe, its black hair twisted up in a Taoist bun, the expression dignified and solemn, as if it were somehow reminiscent of a Taoist statue. Ignoring Yu Hong, the figure looked down and reached for the ground, as if trying to grasp something. But the black hand shattered in the midst of its reach, the entire figure rapidly crumbling to countless black stone fragments, collapsing and scattering across the floor. With the thunderous sound of falling rubble, quietude soon returned to the surroundings. Only then did Yu Hong have the chance to see what he had actually grabbed. It was that scroll of sacred texts held down by a paperweight. Holding the text in hand, even through his gloves, gave him a cold, slimy sensation, like a piece of raw meat. On the surface of the text were 5 big characters, which Yu Hong did not recognize. What was strange, however, was that although he didn't recognize the characters, they gave him a sense of peace and tranquility. Despite the disgusting feel of the text itself, the characters seemed inviting, eliciting a desire to draw closer. This conflicting sensation instinctively made Yu Hong think of the defiled mixed with the sacred and pure. He controlled the dragon lizard while holding the sacred text, quickly turned around, and dashed toward the dock. Within half a minute, he was back on the boat. He had just sat down cross-legged for a few moments when the dock outside, the fields, and the mansion started to shake and twist slightly. Everything around him began to blur as if reflected in water or as illusory as foam, rippling and fading away. The boat was once again engulfed by the surrounding black fog. Although fighting that thing might take ages, I need to be fast. Yu Hong sighed with relief, inspecting the sacred text in his hand. The text was gray-white, with black vertical lines dividing columns of writing. Strangely enough, even though Yu Hong didn't recognize the writing, he immediately felt the book contained something special, perhaps a sacred text filled with softness, light, and tranquility. Chapter 209, Exploration. It's scripture, which involves religion, plus the shape of that altar. That place definitely hides no small secret. Yu Hong sat cross-legged on the ship, set down the scripture, and gazed out at the world beyond. The black ship slowly sailed through the black fog, occasionally swaying gently as though it were in the real sea. Solitude, quietness, even the sound of the wind was almost inaudible. Roughly 15 minutes later, the black ship gradually slowed down until it came to a stop. A dilapidated black wooden bridge appeared on the side of the ship's hull. Yu Hong stood up, carrying an iron ball with a light leap. He jumped down from the black ship and landed on the wooden bridge. The dragon lizards, one by one, leapt down in succession, dropping like dumplings, swiftly returning to the black-wind camp array. Yu Hong looked at the wooden bridge, then turned back to the black ship. Could this ship be bound to this wooden bridge? This thought suddenly rose in his heart. Stepping off the wooden bridge, he immediately checked the scripture in his hand again. Sure enough, the scripture was completely blank, and all the text had entirely disappeared. There definitely is a problem. It seems the book I got hold of earlier can only be read in a special environment. This time he went to the manor without bringing the translation device, worried that if he encountered a particularly tough opponent, it would be a pity to damage it in the fight. Thankfully, the outcome was still good. Thinking it over, he stepped back several paces and returned to the wooden bridge. Instantly, Lines of text reappeared on the scripture in his hand. Indeed, Yu Hong's face lit up with joy. This thing, along with a bunch of black disaster remnants that the dragon lizards brought back with their mouths, made his harvest this time far exceed any previous. Back in the cave, he quickly grabbed the translation device and again stood on the wooden bridge. This time, text appeared on both the scripture and the small booklet from before. Settling down inside the cave once more, Yu Hong first checked the array. The repair of the array continued, but it had vanished due to the erosion from the wooden bridge. Not just reduced, but completely gone. Could it be that the wooden bridge itself isn't harmful? But what is truly dangerous is the place it connects to through the black ship? Thinking this, Yu Hong's mood improved a lot. Had it not been to relieve the burden on the array, he wouldn't have necessarily needed to embark on the black ship to explore the outside world. Wasn't staying within the array and resting while doing chi cultivation delightful? Sitting back on the wooden bridge, he took out the translation device, placing its earpiece against the scripture, and lightly slid it across. Scanning complete. Unknown language detected. Please name. A sweet-sounding Mandarin female voice spoke up. Night text. Yu Hong casually selected a name, a shorthand for the text discovered at night. Naming successful. Night text structure analysis underway. Beginning sample collection. Current progress 0.15%. The sweet voice's feedback left Yu Hong somewhat disappointed. Immediately, he moved the earpiece across every face of the scripture until the progress increased to 6%. Then he stopped. By this time, the entire scripture had been recorded. Afterwards, he took out the small booklet from the black ship that he found earlier, opened it, and continued recording. Same type of night text detected. Beginning collection. A few minutes later, Yu Hong set the booklet down again, hearing the translation device speak. Current progress, 8%. He got up annoyed, walked out of the wooden bridge, and returned inside the array. To translate the content with this progress, it's probably going to take a long time. It's a shame. If there were a place with a lot of samples, the progress could be completed quickly. He didn't bother with the wooden bridge anymore, returning instead to the front courtyard, in the stone castle's first-floor hall. He pried open the mouths of the dragon lizards, one by one, and extracted clumps of black mud-like substance. Plop! From one clump of the black mud, a piece of irregular purple-black bone suddenly fell out. The bone was covered with tiny dense holes, as if worm-eaten. Yu Hong reached out to pick it up, tapped off the black mud from the surface, and set it aside. Then he continued to look at the dragon lizard's finds. Under the white light, clumps of black mud were placed on the ground, occasionally with pieces of purple-black bone being set aside. Holding a detector, Yu Hong placed it on the surface of the black mud. The values on the detector's LCD screen fluctuated, settling at 86.523. He measured all the clumps of black mud one by one. All of them were around 80-something. Each clump the size of a fist. Then the bones. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, heavy, massive impacts came from the darkness outside the camp. The ground shook slightly, from time to time the sound of trees snapping and falling. Yu Hong halted in his actions and quickly went to the monitoring basement of the cave to check the surveillance footage. In the furthest and highest camera, a huge blue silhouette could be seen, taking steps towards the distance. Blue indicated that the individual's temperature was lower than the surrounding environment, and this silhouette showed its height estimation data clearly in the monitoring system. Measuring height and width, that was one of the built-in functions of the surveillance, or rather, the original surveillance system had this capability. Yu Hong looked at the data displayed on the screen. 183 to 192 meters in fluctuation. His pupils contracted slightly, although this wasn't the first time he had encountered a passing gigantic black disaster creature. Although he had already directly injured that previous black hand. But the main body of that black hand, the three-eyed black Taoist, was only around 30 to 40 meters tall. And this behemoth within the surveillance system was actually approaching 200 meters. Not to mention anything else, such a massive creature, with its sheer weight alone, was extraordinary. The durability of the skin layer that could withstand such a weight was also beyond imagination. Otherwise, the hardness of ordinary materials would probably crumble under half that weight. Then the skin would crack, and the creature would collapse on the spot, let alone walk so effortlessly. The thumping sounds gradually faded away, signifying that the large black disaster creature had already moved away into the distance. But even so, Yu Hong's expression remained grim. Should a large black disaster suddenly decide to give our camp a kick? The primary defense target of the Black Wind camp was the black disaster, particularly small and medium-sized creatures. If they had to face such a huge creature, one stomp from it, and the entire camp would collapse. After all, who would believe that such a giant would weigh less than several 100,000 tons? How could any camp withstand a weight of several 100,000 tons pressing down? Too dangerous. Yu Hong watched the direction in which the mysterious giant had vanished on the screen, where everything had returned to an impenetrable black fog. But the alarm bells in his heart continued to ring. It's no good. We can't just stay in one place. The large black disaster creatures are becoming more numerous nearby. The more problems and dangers the camp will likely encounter if we stay here. This was a significant danger signal. Because the camp was stationary, it had always been passively subjected to dangers from the outside. But what if the camp could move? This thought suddenly flashed through Yu Hong's mind. If he could transform a mountain cave safe house, along with the surrounding arrays, into a mobile structure, the idea would seem insane, and to those unaware it would definitely be seen as madness. But Yu Hong was different. He had the black mark. I can try to reduce the volume as much as possible, then transform the inner wall materials, and add some moving devices like tracks, or mechanical legs. Or perhaps I can construct an anti-gravity device, and fly the safe house away directly. Once his brain got going, Yu Hong's mind brimmed with numerous ideas. If the camp's safe house could move, I could actively avoid many troubles and dangers, and find a better and more suitable environment to live in. Many problems would no longer be problems. Exiting the surveillance bunker, he grabbed all the black mud and purple-black bones, put them in a barrel, and carried it to the mountain cave safe house. Let's strengthen the safe house's defenses again. We can use all the remains of the black disaster, like the sunlight materials. The outer layer can be coated with these remains to camouflage and hide its presence, making it part of the black disaster. Then, we can use materials containing elements of sunlight for expulsion and isolation in the middle layer. The innermost layer can use various runes I've designed to absorb the red value essence, creating a relatively pure and safe environment. Yu Hong set down the barrel and looked around the cave. 3 bunkers, 2 large and 1 small, along with the main space on the first floor. It wasn't difficult to make the entire safe house mobile. The tricky part was bringing along the entire array of the camp. If only the camp's array could be packed up, made into a type that can expand and contract. Once a spot is decided, it would automatically deploy, burrow underground, and form an outer defense perimeter. At the fence of the outer courtyard, Yu Hong took out all the remaining black mud and a barrel of sunlight material paint that he had obtained from Zhang Kaijun, placing them all on the ground. Then he quietly waited for the luminous stone enhancement to finish. An hour later, the black mark concluded its work, and he stopped his chi cultivation, placed his hand on the ground. Enhancing the camp direction. In his mind, he envisioned a massive cubic platform, a tracked mobile one that encompassed the entire inner and outer courtyards. Completeness insufficient, unable to enhance. I knew it. Yu Hong released his hand and sighed. It definitely isn't possible to achieve the goal in one go. I'll focus on strengthening the surrounding defenses for now. He pressed his hand on the ground once more. Enhancing the outer yard defense layer. Direction. The so-called outer yard defense layer was the ring of wooden fences, which had started to soften and disintegrate due to prolonged water exposure. The recent incident reminded Yu Hong, and he decided to significantly strengthen this defensive layer. At this moment, he imagined the image of the fence enhancement in his mind, combining the black mud, the sunlight materials, and the soil around the fence. He envisioned a tall black wall encompassing the camp. The walls, rising from the ground around the outer courtyard, were 2 meters thick, 6 meters tall, with extremely high material density, and featured various functions: waterproof, pest-resistant, fire-resistant, cold-resistant. Yu Hong impulsively added a pile of features. Then, fundamental information insufficient, unable to enhance. The black mark ruthlessly rejected him. Releasing his hand, his brow furrowed. Is it because there are too many conditions? Or is there another reason? He glanced at the black mud. Could it be that this material doesn't have the functions I described? He then attempted other enhancements with different requirements, but none of them were successful. As time passed and he made more attempts, the expression on Yu Hong's face gradually showed understanding. I remember when I first strengthened the cave's gate. It was a wooden door, yet I was able to enhance it to an iron material. Why wasn't I notified of insufficient foundational information for enhancement then? How did the wood turn into iron? If it worked then, why isn't it working now? He touched the fence gently, its wood scarred with notches and indentations, bearing witness to the variety of dangers the camp had faced these past days. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly remembered something. Chapter 210, Exploration 4. At that time, I think I was using random enhancements from the black mark, right? I just gave a general direction toward enhancing sturdiness. Since I mastered the method of using my mind to imagine specific outlines for enhancement, the targets have become more accurate, but the requirements for basic information have also increased. Yu Hong's face gradually showed a look of realization. In that case, the most cost-effective way to enhance is still for the black mark to decide on its own. I just give the general direction, without specifying exact details and shape. That's the most useful method. Having understood the key point, Yu Hong reached out again and walked to the edge of the outer courtyard, pressing his hand on the fence. He circumscribed a range in his mind and added the contents for enhancement synthesis. Then, enhance the camp's defense system direction. Increase sturdiness, increase concealment, leave a gate for entry and exit. He did not imagine anything specific, just made simple and vague requests. Thus, a black line flowed out from the back of his hand, vanishing instantly into the fence. Very quickly, enhance the camp's defense system? The black mark's inquiry appeared. Yu Hong took a long breath and looked at the dark red countdown numbers emerging on the fence's surface. It displayed 31 days, 18 hours, 07 minutes. A month? Yu Hong's expression stiffened. His right hand remained pressed against the fence, watching the exaggerated countdown. His lips pressed tightly together, revealing a thoughtful demeanor. Even when I originally enhanced the inner courtyard walls, it wasn't this exaggerated. But the longer the time, the better the enhancement results will be. He hesitated. His eyes gazed toward the fence at that moment. Outside, a dragon lizard happened to be crawling through the forest, patrolling and moving away, making a slight rustling sound. The black fog surrounding the dragon lizard churned, devouring the faint white light emanating from inside the camp. The only light, seemingly the last hope to drive away the surrounding darkness. If the enhanced defense system can really ensure basic safety, then he considered the current state of the camp, finding nothing urgently needing enhancement. The effectiveness of radiation weapons was gradually decreasing for him, while the power of inner chi was beginning to show, especially when two streams of inner chi burst into flames together. Their power was immense. It strongly protected his body from harm, increased the toughness and resilience of skin and bones, and could also damage the black disaster. The rest of the stockpiled food and water were also plentiful, enough to last him several months alone. Let's do it. Thinking this, Yu Hong instantly responded to the black mark's inquiry in his mind. Yes. Hiss. Instantly, a very fast blur covered the entire fence of the outer courtyard for a moment. Following that, the countdown in front of Yu Hong began to flicker slightly, signifying that the enhancement had officially started. Phew! He exhaled deeply and stood up. The black, wet mud caked his boots, making a splashing, muddy sound. He glanced at the vanished black mud and purple-black bones, turned around carrying a wooden bucket, and returned to the stone castle. The whirring air purifiers were still working hard in the corridor. Yu Hong entered the passageway, closed the door behind him, locked it, and headed toward the direction of the right side cave. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he turned his head back to look at the passage leading to the stone castle. In the gray-white passage, the electric lamps on the wall continued to release steady white light. But this light, at this moment, hinted at a faint emptiness. This mere 10-meter-long stone passageway inexplicably gave a deep sense of isolation. Right. How long has old Zhou been gone? Yu Hong suddenly thought of this. It feels like it's been a very long time. He was somewhat distracted and pushed open the large cave door, walking inside. Boom! The heavy door closed firmly. The only light visible was a slight flicker seen through the dense air holes at the bottom. Asterisk. 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 Days passed one by one. The Black Wind Camp remained unaltered, standing quietly in the increasingly cold mountain forest. Rainwater and moisture condensed into frost, gradually covering the surrounding mountain forests, and also climbing onto every inch of the camp's exterior, thoroughly turning it gray-white. But this change in color could only be seen briefly each day during the short moments of dark and gray time. Before long, more than 10 days had passed. Outside the camp, in the secondary security zone, a burly humanoid figure in all black stood quietly on the ground. With a whoosh, translucent white flames ignited on the humanoid's body, its body slightly swelling, and its right leg abruptly lifting and kicking upward. Hiss! A sharp sound of cutting through the air exploded. The humanoid didn't stop. Its right leg chopped down, swept across, and it performed a series of aerial side kicks. Mid-air upper knee strike, side push, and then spiraling down smash. Various dazzling leg maneuvers were rapidly displayed by it. Accompanied by the afterimages left by the white flames, every move was fast, yet clear for anyone to see. Because the residual flames of the move layer upon layer, the full process of the moves was thoroughly displayed. After a while, the humanoid figure made its final spinning sweep, landed, and stood still, completely motionless. Just one last bit. It's the 6th layer. The figure pulled off its goggles, revealing Yu Hong's somewhat tired eyes. He took out an atomic lamp, and the sickly green light illuminated the ground around him. It's just this last bit. I always feel like there's something missing, Yu Hong said, shining the light as he slowly walked back towards the camp's outer courtyard. Behind him, in the black fog, dragon lizards flashed by, leaving the vicinity to patrol elsewhere. Yu Hong didn't pay them any attention, pushed open the fence gate, entered the outer courtyard, and the sound of his boots crunching on ice echoed as he stepped on the ground. The weather is getting colder and colder, he said, looking up at the sky. The night sky was pitch black, like a great spill of ink. No stars, no moon, only darkness, endless and profound. Yu Hong averted his gaze, came to the inner courtyard where various odd items of different sizes were piled on the ground. Some items were black soil, some were irregular minerals like rubies, and there were also grayish-white bones, and items as smooth as glass spheres. More than a dozen items in total, neatly arranged from left to right, all placed in small wooden bowls. The side of each bowl was marked with numbers using a black charcoal pencil, from 1 to 14. Yu Hong took out a detector, closely checking each item in the bowls again. 61.341. 77.928. A series of numbers displayed continuously and then cleared. His expression unchanged, he continued testing until the last item. 412.512. It was the only one exceeding 100. Yu Hong put away the detector, pulled out a rolled-up brown notebook from his back pocket, opened to the middle page, and began recording meticulously with the charcoal pencil. Experimental records over a week. The remnants inside the black disaster do not show any red value fluctuation over time. He closed the notebook, murmuring to himself. Based on the red values of the remnants, combined with the implant surgeries in Aurora City and Gray City, it's confirmed that remnants with a red value below 100 are safe and can be considered normal types for implantation in the human body. Those exceeding a red value of 100 can be named as rare, and they significantly affect the human body. They are generally only used in enhancement surgeries. This was matured even before the front lines collapsed. The red value of the remnants themselves has no direct correlation to the danger level of the black disaster. A high-danger black disaster might only leave behind regular-level remnants, or more often than not, no remnants at all. Yu Hong exhaled a breath of white air, ignored the remnants on the ground, turned, and walked toward the passageway entrance. He pushed open the passage door. He quickly took off his suit, threw it carelessly in the passageway, then headed back to the cave. Entering the cave, shutting the door, he took off his underwear and stood in the basement's shower room. With a swift motion, he pulled the curtain shut and turned on the faucet. Warm water cascaded down from above. A faint, nose-tickling scent spread through the water, similar to that of disinfectant. Yu Hong, enduring the discomfort, quickly washed his hair and body, then dried off and changed into dry clothing. He went to the first floor, drying his increasingly long hair with a towel, and sat down, turning on his communicator. A slightly noisy commotion emanated from the speaker. Is there still no solution to the water problem? Yu Hong recognized Wei Song and Zhang Kaijun arguing and asked. We've already sent 3 teams. We can't spare more manpower. The black disaster underwater, especially at the groundwater level, isn't something we can handle right now, Wei Song said, slightly incensed. Problems don't disappear just because we avoid or delay dealing with them, Zhang Kaijun retorted coldly. No matter how many people die, we must solve this problem. Especially now, with the temperature steadily dropping, the external air temperature has stabilized below 0 for a long time. Lacking sufficient water sources, there will be serious problems with drinking water. Can't we use ice and snow? We've tried, but it's far from enough. What about Aurora City? Is it only Gray City and my location having groundwater issues? Yu Hong asked. It's the same problem there, but not as severe as ours, possibly because the portion of their groundwater pumping uses sunlight materials far superior to ours, Zhang Kaijun replied. Then why don't we relocate there? Merge into the city? Yu Hong questioned. Wei Song, things aren't going well on your end, right? Wei Song had just re-established contact a few days ago after her relocation stabilized, only to immediately suffer an attack from the Blood Tide monsters. Compared to the Shadow and the Evil Shadow, the Blood Tide monsters didn't seem as terrifying, but when problems actually arose, the quantity of these creatures far exceeded that of the Shadow and the Evil Shadow. What Wei Song encountered was a Blood Tide creature known as the Rotten Spider. Initially, those who named the Blood Tide obviously intended to distinguish it actively from the Shadow. The focus on tide underscores the endless nature of these creatures. Like a tide, the biggest issue with the Rotten Spider is that it carries a strange bacterium, which if contacted, causes people to develop high fever, froth at the mouth, and become extremely weakened. Wei Song didn't notice initially, which cost her dearly. Aurora City is also entirely problematic. The second Aurora City has now become popular with a type of mushroom powder called Marlica. Inhaling it gives a strong hallucinogenic and euphoric sensation. It's recurrently banned yet persists, Zhang Kaijun added. With this kind of management capacity, rather than entering the city and losing command, and trusting our lives to others, it's better to control our own destiny. I hadn't heard about that. I've traded with the second Aurora City twice, both times recently, and the rift channels seem to be more stable. The situation has stabilized quite a bit. Just not sure about the situation with the investigation team, Yu Hong said. Apparently, the investigation teams have all been deployed to contain the Misha family. Speaking of which, a while back, Team 2 encountered a member of the Misha family. Strangely, they weren't attacked, Wei Song whispered. I've heard about that too. Aurora City has sealed off the news, but there's a leak in their management, Zhang Kaijun said. It's said that the mutants seem to hold some kind of secret, hence the Black Disaster doesn't actively attack them when they are stationary. Similarly, members of the Misha family don't attack them, likely for the same reason. A secret about the mutants? Yu Hong thought of Izina. She and Yi seem to have something in common. Yes. According to the statistics from my expert team, all mutants are transformed at a later stage, not from birth, Zhang Kaijun answered. Yu Hong looked thoughtful upon hearing this. He paused for a few seconds, about to ask for more details. Beep beep. Suddenly, from outside the camp, a clear horn sound came. His expression changed abruptly, and he quickly got up and went to the door to look outside. Outside the outer courtyard fence, a large black armored vehicle was slowly stopping, turning off two large, bright yellow headlights. Chapter 211. Confusion. He walked out of the passage. Yu Hong hastened his steps and stopped by the fence. The headlights flickered a few times and went out. The car door opened, and a somewhat familiar figure jumped out. Mr. Yu, it's been a while since we've seen each other. I'm pleased to see you still in good health, said Shu Chang, wearing a fully enclosed metal helmet. As he pulled up the visor to reveal a familiar and submissive smile, he bowed slightly toward Yu Hong. This time, according to your additional requests, we have brought all the collected relic runes. We have not compared them to see if there are duplicates. You'll need to check them yourself. Where's the dictionary for translating the relic texts? Yu Hong's translator urgently needed this item. He was unsure if the night text was the Yingshan script mentioned by Aurora City, but he decided to try it first. After all, even if it wasn't the night text, having the translator master the Yingshan script would add a capability, avoiding inconvenience when needed. We have collected everything. All the photocopy materials are here. You can read them on your computer, Shu Chang said as he pulled out a dual-port USB drive from his pocket. One end for the computer, the other for the phone. And here's the list of supplies. He patted the back of the armored vehicle. Hold on, I'll unload. Yu Hong took the USB, went forward, and opened the van, inside of which lay several black containers. He casually opened a few to check. Inside were various types of food, medicinal herbs, metal blocks, and so on. Not bad. Wait for me for a moment. Yu Hong, with a box in each hand, big boxes that weighed several hundred pounds but felt as light as cardboard boxes, easily carried them back to the camp and set them down. The ground bore deep footprints, causing a slight stiffness in the smile on Shu Cheng's face. Though I've seen it several times, each time I am still amazed by Mr. Yu's superhuman strength. He couldn't help but remark, "Have you tried the inner Qi scriptures?" Yu Hong asked. Of course, but as you know, the people at the Institute think that there really isn't any inner Qi. It's all just your illusion. You mistake your natural talent as the effect of inner Qi. The so-called inner Qi scriptures and visualization charts are essentially tapping into abilities you already possess. Shu Chang responded. I figured as much. Yu Hong shook his head internally. The exclusive inner strength techniques from Black Mark weren't easy to master. Otherwise, the world wouldn't be totally unaware of the existence of masters of inner Qi. Actually, before the Black Disaster, everyone also watched martial arts novels and TV series, but in real life, no one really saw masters of inner Qi like you, Shu Chang explained gently. All right, this is for you, Yu Hong said as he moved a large box of radiation hand grenades from the stone castle. With the production line, these are much quicker to make. Here are the 300 agreed upon. The production line, after dissecting and optimizing the initial designs from Black Mark for the radiation hand grenades, had managed to replicate the designs exactly. Thus, the radiation hand grenades Yu Hong produced here no longer needed Black Mark's involvement, except for the luminous stone dust process. Shu Chang opened the box, took out one, and pulled it near a detector. Puff! Invisible radiation burst forth. The detector displayed a value over 6,000. Good quality. The transaction is complete. Good luck to you? Shu Chang bowed slightly, placed the box back into the vehicle, closed the van, and sat in the driver's seat. The vehicle started up again. Wait, here's another parcel for Lin Yi's team too. A personal gift from me. Please give it to Minister Xin. I've already told her it would be brought over, said Yu Hong as he carried out a smaller wooden box. No problem. Thank you for your generous support to the investigation team. Shu Chang saluted him from the driver's seat. That's all I can do, Yu Hong said, setting the box on the vehicle. The car slowly turned and drove along a cleared path through the woods, heading toward the distant black fog. Dragon lizards acted like guards on both sides, occasionally dispatching a newly revived shadow. The black fog churned, and soon, the vehicle vanished from sight. Yu Hong sighed, turned, and walked back to the stone castle. Inside the warm upstairs hall, he took tools and opened each box. Clicking sounds continuously resonated. 4 boxes in total were laid out in a row before him from left to right. The first black metal box contained densely packed dried fruits and vegetables, all packaged in bags, sealed well for easy usage. The second box contained various dried medicinal herbs, ginseng, ganoderma, licorice, euphorbium, and a plethora of other items, each box filled with rare and valuable medicinal materials. The third box held various square metal blocks of gold, silver, copper, iron, aluminum, titanium alloy, and more, each a separate sample. The fourth box contained a radar. Its shape was like a large black bullet head, as thick as a large watermelon and as tall as an adult's leg. It was stuffed with ample white foam paper around to prevent shaking and damage. Now that I have everything, once the black mark reinforcement ends, I can install the radar to detect anything within a few dozen kilometers. Gray City already utilizes satellite detection. Mine detects just dozens of kilometers around, primitive in comparison. Content inside, Yu Hong cared not if anything was amiss, such as a computer potentially having various hidden backdoors. A sweep with black mark would clear everything. He closed the boxes and stored everything in the underground cellar of the cave. Then, taking the newly acquired USB, he went to the main control computer of the production line in the basement. He turned on the computer, inserted the USB. A square screen quickly popped up with a prompt for removable storage. Clicking the mouse. Soon, photos of the Relic Ingshan script appeared one after the other. The photo file contained over 100 images, and Yu Hong noticed that each was several hundred megabytes in size. The clarity was very high. He immediately took off the translator he was wearing and began to move it across the screen from the back, directly sampling. "Do you want to add a new language for unknown text samples?" The sweet female voice of the translator gently sounded in the basement. "Ha!" Yu Hong furrowed his brow. "Isn't it night text?" He carefully examined the script style of the symbols, wanting to compare them with the night text, but he had no recollection of the night text from his memory. After thinking, he responded directly. "Add new language. Name it Ancient Mountain Script." Added, "Sample scanning is in progress. Please wait." The translator began working rapidly. Yu Hong mechanically entered each image one by one. He continued to listen to the progress updates given by the translator. Current progress 12%. Current progress 24%. Current progress 47%. The prompts repeatedly resounded. Finally, when the scanning of the images reached halfway, the progress hit 100. Current progress complete. The text portion of Ancient Mountain Script has been mastered. Please supplement the voice part. Yu Hong picked up the translator and put it on. He then continued to look at the images of Relic script on the screen. Something miraculous happened. Everywhere his gaze fell on the Ancient Mountain Script, a sweet female voice automatically sounded in his ears, translating it into Chinese. Rule 43 of the sealing base. 1. Do not use raw stones during the seal reinforcement period. 2. No loud noise within the base. 3. When night and day alternate, the sealing effect is weakest and defenses must be strengthened. 4. No fighting or bloodshed in the base. Yu Hong slowly scanned the images. With the translation, he suddenly understood most of the content in these photos. The reason it was only most was that many photos had text that was already incomplete, broken and fragmented, irrelevant to the translation. From gray dusk to the black night, and then to the next morning around 7 a.m., Yu Hong had been sitting in front of the computer, carefully reading all the photo content. With the help of the translator, he perhaps understood the content depicted in the photos even better than the experts in Aurora City. The photos consisted of regulations for the sealing base, praise poems for some sealers, as well as the construction history and reasons for the base itself. Of these, the last category was most helpful to Hong. No wonder it's called Ancient Mountain Script. It appears that before the present world's human civilization, there was a human era known as the Ancient Mountain Civilization. They too encountered the Black Disaster but used their military power to resist it for a long time. They even built a large number of various sealing bases to contain the worsening Black Disaster. Yu Hong quickly flipped to the rune images. The core of Ancient Mountain Civilization was the energy rune system, the Ancient Mountain Array. The new rune photos contained more than 10 images from different perspectives. Most were symbols he had already mastered, but there were 4 he had not. Yu Hong carefully sketched them with a charcoal pencil, preparing to test their effects later. But the Ancient Mountain Civilization eventually disappeared, unable to withstand the invasion of the Black Disaster. Aside from a few remaining relics, all other traces were completely erased. And now, it is our turn, the current human civilization, to face the Black Disaster. After viewing the last photo, he did not look at the subsequent photocopied dictionary as the translator no longer needed it. Turning off the photos, Yu Hong, with his simulation of the 4 new runes, left the basement. He returned to the first level of the cave. He pulled out the mysterious Taoist scripture and the little booklet from the black ship. If the script on this is not Ancient Mountain Script, does that mean that the civilizations destroyed by the Black Disaster were not only the Ancient Mountain Civilization but also the civilization of Night Text? What exactly is the Black Disaster, and what does it signify? Doubts and mysteries rose in his mind. Mastery of the Ancient Mountain Script informed him where these symbols originated, but since the Ancient Mountain Civilization itself left little information about the Black Disaster, it increased the mysteries in his mind. Mastering Ancient Mountain Script hadn't brought much change to his life. It was instead the practice of Thunderbolt Leg technique, finally reaching the last layer, that led to a new breakthrough. Days later, a sub-safety zone. The surrounding forest area of the camp had mostly been destroyed by previous battles and explosions. The originally dense mountain forest was now largely a scorched and barren slope. No grass, no bushes, only black soil. Yu Hong, wearing a breathing valve, stood alone outside the fence, motionless. After being stuck on the 5th layer of Thunderbolt Leg technique for several days, finally, this morning after breakfast, just as he was about to go out for a bathroom break and was halfway there, he suddenly remembered that he had wanted to integrate the traction rune into his inner chi practice but had been unable to try because of one thing after another. Now that his cultivation was stuck, it was a good opportunity to test its effects. Thinking so, he did it. After using the bathroom, he quickly went to the sub-safety zone, put the atomic lamp aside, and began to weave the shape of the traction rune within the dantian with his inner chi. The traction rune, unlike other runes, is one of the few fully enclosed symbols without any loose ends. Chapter 212. Confusing. Yu Hong manipulated inner chi, quickly forming a clear 3-dimensional traction rune within his body. As time passed, one after another traction rune formed. Inside the dantian, all inner chi soon turned into white disc-shaped traction runes. With the runes exerting their effects, they started to attract each other like magnets, sticking together, forming a mass that grew larger. Yu Hong quietly observed as all the inner chi converged into a sphere. The sphere quickly continued to shrink as if the internal forces were still actively working. From the size of a fist, it gradually shrank to the size of an egg. At this point, the ball of inner chi had become flawlessly white, constantly releasing a dazzling bright light. It seems about right, doesn't it? Yu Hong estimated in his mind. Just as he was about to manipulate the inner chi to test it, suddenly his body felt hot and burning. His skin rapidly turned red, and his body temperature soared from 37 degrees, swiftly exceeding 40 degrees. The inner chi ball, emitting blinding white light, seemed to go mad, its surface beginning to boil and burn. Visualization flashed rapidly and automatically in Yu Hong's mind. Inside the dantian, all inner chi moved along the trajectory of the traction runes, flowing rapidly, circulating, then further compressing. Soon, the egg-sized ball of inner chi shrank again, becoming the size of a date. Then, as if the concentration of inner chi triggered something, The visualization of the sixth layer of Thunderbolt leg technique naturally emerged in Yu Hong's mind. Everything seemed to fall into place naturally. At the bottom of the inner chi sphere, a tiny spiral hole appeared. From this hole, a thread of silvery white fluid slowly began to seep out. As soon as the fluid flowed out, it dispersed into the surroundings, vanishing into the Dantian. At the same time, Yu Hong stood on the open ground. In the darkness, his whole body's skin slowly started glowing with a faint white light. Streams of black disaster radiation, extremely repulsive, radiated from his body in waves. The surrounding air's red value radiation was also continuously absorbed into his skin. Two types of radiation, which should have neutralized each other, were instead going in and out without conflict. The abnormality of his body glowing with white light lasted for more than half an hour before it gradually faded. Yu Hong stood still, raised his hand, clenched his fist, and felt something different in his body. He exhaled, and his hot breath instantly turned into white mist, shooting more than a meter away from the breathing valves on either side. Did I succeed? He wondered. The method for cultivating the sixth layer of Thunderbolt transformation flashed through his mind. Reverse the flow of inner chi, pressurize 10 streams of inner chi on both sides of the legs. Then perform the Thunder Trace step, form the Heaven Mountain Seal, and detonate the flow throughout the body. Yu Hong once again manipulated his inner chi. 20 streams flowed smoothly out of the inner chi ball in the Dantian, which in turn shrunk to half its size. Inner chi entered his legs, and then he followed the content recorded in the secret manual, walking forward step by step. Thunder Trace step was a set of steps that looked like ordinary walking, but each step used different force and matched different visualization. 9 steps, 1 step per platform. Then his hands formed a seal, fingers shaped like a complex mountain character. Even though he walked on flat ground, Yu Hong felt as if he were rising. An illusion? He looked around. The surrounding sparse trees seemed thinner. The black fog also lightened, becoming sparse. Not far away, the 2 dragon lizards lying down also seemed to have shrunk significantly, looking like toys that he could grab and play with by hand. Suddenly, Yu Hong finally realized something. He turned back and looked towards the camp. The stone castle, which originally was 2 stories high, had also shrunk significantly. He reached out his hand, gently touched the second-floor window ledge of the stone castle, and picked up a filter cup from the table beside the window. So it's not an illusion. I have really grown. Seeing the miniature cup in his hand, Yu Hong finally experienced an epiphany. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Miles away from Aurora City on a highway, amid the buzzing sound of an engine, a black armored vehicle, with bright yellow headlights, sped along the road. It was pitch dark, and suddenly a slightly smaller transport vehicle appeared on the otherwise empty road. The military green transport vehicle strangely stopped at the side, instead of aligning with the road. Next to the vehicle, 2 fully armed tall figures were whispering beside the body of the vehicle. Seeing the approaching armored vehicle, they moved forward, waving their hands, signaling it to stop. The vehicle slowed down. Xu Chang confirmed through a whispered password from behind the driving window that it was people from Aurora City, and then got out of the car. "What's the situation?" he asked softly. "Coming from Black Wind Camp? Following the minister's orders, the goods are to be transferred to me for delivery to another laboratory for testing. After ensuring there's no issue, it will then be taken to the troops." One of the tall figures spoke solemnly. "I need to confirm," Xu Chang said firmly. "Here's the ID." The other person produced a credential. "That's fine." Xu Chang examined the ID, confirmed it was legitimate, and nodded in agreement. "There are 2 boxes. The big one is the trading goods. The small one is personal items that Yu Hong asked me to transfer to Lin Yi of Investigation Team 2. "Let me take them all," the tall figure said calmly. "For safety responsibility, anything sent forward or to the battlefield must go through a security check." "Understood." Xu Chang nodded. Once the 2 unloaded the goods, he turned the car in another direction and left. The remaining 2 also turned their vehicle around, heading back towards Aurora City. "Does Xu Chang not know?" the shorter driver asked softly. No, he's just a middleman. It's wise for the Shu family caravan to survive by making an alliance. The taller figure responded indifferently. What about the goods? How will they be sent? Grenades, as agreed, none less, all to be sent for inspection, then distributed to the top brass. Of course, the numbers can't be short, but anything has a yield rate, splitting 1/3 to swap with those produced by Lei herself. Who gets the other box for Team 2? Team 2 is currently unaccounted for. Who would I deliver it to? Sister Thunder already said it counts as mid-route black disaster incurred battle damage. That's ruthless. Can't help it with association affairs. The tall one took off his breathing valve and lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. So, are we splitting it ourselves? The short one smiled. Split my ass. If you want to die, just say it straight. It's all Sister Thunder's. She said we need to destroy Black Wind soon. Once Misha has dealt with those two, Team 2 can't stay. This Hong had been unappreciative before. Can't keep him. Should we bring out the big guns? Pretty much, we'll take them down from over the horizon. After all, we can't suppress it this time, and all of us will have to retreat with Sister Thunder. The Joint Military Council has already got their eyes on us. Yang behaves like a wild dog, charges wherever he smells something, and the modified ones are all a bunch of lunatics who don't care about dying. The car gradually accelerated, slowly disappearing into the black fog. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy and immense footsteps once again startled Yu Hong from his sleep. With a swish, he threw off the blanket, got up, and looked around. He was sleeping in the basement, the surroundings illuminated by the soft glow of a night light. The walls were trembling, the ground was trembling, and the wooden bed was emitting a shrill creaking noise. He quickly got up, climbed the stairs to the first floor, put on his gear and stepped out with his weapon. Outside, the sky was still pitch black as ink. The camp's lights were holding back the densely flowing mass of black bugs. The surge period is today. Yu Hong thought, his heart chilling. At this point, the surge period of the blood tide was no longer dangerous for him. The hordes of black blood ticks could not penetrate even the camp's light. They were the weakest black disaster. The bigger creatures, big skin and elephant worms, were firmly blocked outside by the array. Some even burned to death by the fire spat by dragon lizards before they got close. Now, there were over a dozen dragon lizards stationed around the camp, forming a solid defensive line. They acted like assassins, targeting only the larger and more dangerous black disaster individuals. Right now, Yu Hong's focus was not on big skin and elephant worms, but rather, the owner of the huge footsteps hidden further beyond beneath the dense black fog. Should I go check it out? The recently achieved mastery of the Thunderbolt leg technique had inflated Yu Hong's confidence significantly. Up to this point, without a clear reference, he didn't know the extent of his own strength. He only knew the 6th layer of the Thunderbolt transformation was very strong. As for how strong, he didn't know. As for whether he could win, he felt that even if he couldn't beat them, he could definitely run away. As he hesitated, suddenly the footsteps in the distance started to get louder. Bang! 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 The footsteps were getting closer and closer, heavier and heavier. Each step made Yu Hong's heart shrink. No, this guy is heading towards the camp. This time it's not just passing by. It's going through the camp. Yu Hong instantly assessed the situation. At that moment, his mind raced, and the dragon lizards surged out, spreading around to encompass the direction of the footsteps. He himself also picked up his weapon and ran swiftly in the direction of the sound. Entering the 6th layer, he stepped out, and his speed increased substantially. Feeling the wind whistling beside his ears, he couldn't hear anything else. Ahead, the black fog rapidly divided to both sides. Bursting out of the camp, he turned on his atomic lamp, shining a green light forward. At the same time, the shared vision from the surrounding dragon lizards came streaming in. Soon, a clear black and white image emerged in Yu Hong's eyes. In the dark forest shrouded in fog, a giant human figure of a small mountain, entirely black, was running wildly towards the camp. Around the figure were towering dead trees, but those only reached its calves. The tallest stone castle in Black Wind Camp was like a child's toy block in front of it, barely reaching its ankles. So big! Watching the figure charge straight towards the camp, Yu Hong felt a chilling terror rise, his body breaking out in goosebumps, his mind blanking out.
What do I do? What do I do? What do I do?
In an instant, desperate thoughts flashed through his mind. Quickly estimating the distance, it would take about 7 or 8 seconds to reach the camp. Hoping that the other party would take bigger steps and not step on the camp was clearly unrealistic. The opponent was a black disaster, uncommunicable, and naturally stood in opposition. I have to divert it. Make it turn. A thought flashed in Yu Hong's mind. How do I lure it? Facing such a massive black disaster monster, even the rockets that had previously damaged the camp didn't work effectively. For a moment, Yu Hong's mind spun rapidly, considering all the methods and weapons at his disposal. Suddenly, an unprecedented thought rose from his mind. Chapter 213. Confusion. Boom! Boom! Heavy footsteps steadily approached. Yu Hong turned off the atomic lamp, relying on the dragon lizard's night vision. He watched the giant from a higher vantage point in the distance. Whoosh! He quickly retrieved a shoulder-fired rocket from the camp that he had previously captured. In the time it took him to fetch the weapon, the giant had covered a great distance, now only 3 seconds away from the camp. Calm down. Take a deep breath. Yu Hong focused intently on the giant in the darkness. Inner chi circulated, flowing into the rocket in his hands, turning the entire launcher a pale white color. Swoosh! He suddenly sprinted towards the left side of the camp. Thunderbolt leg technique at full speed. At nearly 60 meters a second, in the blink of an eye, he appeared on the edge of the camp within the charred forest. Lifting the rocket launcher, Yu Hong continuously poured inner chi into it, nearly 5 streams of inner chi by now. The rocket launcher in the darkness shone like a bulb, bright enough to be almost blinding. Go! Just as the giant was about to reach the camp, about to lift one foot and step over it. Hiss! In the dark, a streak of light shot diagonally into the sky. The rocket, like a flare, streaked out at 100 meters per second and hit the giant's lifted right foot at the last moment. In the dark, the giant's right leg faltered slightly, a dazzling and blinding red light exploding in mid-air. Boom! A red fireball with white edges burst open on the giant's leg. The fireball covered most of the giant's lower leg. The violent explosion and impact far exceeded the rocket's own force. The light even briefly illuminated the surrounding 100 meters as if it were day. Yu Hong stood below, watching the fireball knock the giant's right leg slightly off track, causing it to miss its step. The foot didn't land directly on top of the camp but instead hit the edge region. Boom! The ground shook violently. The giant steadied itself and turned to look in Yu Hong's direction. Then it took large strides towards him. Swoosh! Yu Hong turned and ran, using the thunderbolt leg technique to its fullest as he leapt and dashed through the wooded mountain, quickly moving hundreds of meters to dodge a massive descending foot. Boom! The massive footprint grazed him as it smashed to the ground. The rush of air seemed to try to drag him back forcibly. But Yu Hong's body ignited in white flames, erupting once more. He changed direction and shot toward the distance. Boom! 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 Under his lead, the black giant gradually left the camp behind, heading towards Huafeng City. That mysterious Huafeng City, the entire city covered in a massive black slime, the black disaster. Yu Hong planned to draw the black giant there, hoping to inflict mutual damage. In the darkness, relying on the dragon lizard's guidance, he quickly led the giant towards the set direction. Finally, after not much time, Yu Hong gauged that they had crossed 3 kilometers, beyond the range of the large formation. Only then did he suddenly extinguish the inner chi flame and turn again. Boom! 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 The black giant, having lost sight of the small lit figure, looked around in bewilderment. Sadly, he was now far from the Black Wind camp, and no matter how the giant looked or searched in the darkness, It was impossible to easily find Yu Hong, who had concealed himself. Huff! Suddenly, a dragon lizard spewed a line of fire, hitting the giant's right foot, aiming precisely at the small wound created by the rocket blast. A silent radiation bomb also detonated. Roar! The black giant let out a heavy, suppressed roar. He rushed towards the direction from which the dragon lizard had attacked, stomping away. Behind him, Yu Hong and the other dragon lizards in the dark watched the black giant. Not until the black giant completely disappeared from the dragon lizard's sight did Yu Hong breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it worked. The inner chi-amplified rocket could only cause a slight injury on its skin. If we really clashed with that thing. Standing in the woods, Yu Hong's suspended heart slowly settled. However, just at that moment behind him, a huge and pale male face suddenly emerged from the darkness, smiling as it looked this way. The face alone towered over Yu Hong's height. Swoosh! A pale hand, several meters in diameter, shot out like a white stone column from behind, smashing towards Yu Hong. By coincidence, none of the surrounding dragon lizards noticed. They were all looking in the direction where the black giant had left. Black fog obscured everything. Woo! The sound of the wind howled. By the time Yu Hong realized something was wrong, turned his head, and saw it. A massive white hand covering more than 10 meters around him pressed down from above. The imposing hand blocked his entire field of vision. It was already within reach.
Yu Hong's pupille constricted.
In an instant, white flames erupted from his body, catapulting him into the air. The powerful burst propelled him to dodge fully to the right. Booming! But it was too late. The hand struck Yu Hong's body. With tremendous force and high speed, the hand descended like a high-speed train, crashing down upon Yu Hong. The palm opened from above, pressing down. Hum! The massive air current exploded outward, swirling into snake-like tendrils that struck the dried trees, producing a muffled roar. There was now a circular crater in the ground. At the center of the crater, a pale, huge hand hung suspended in midair, barely less than a meter away from the ground, failing to completely press down. From beneath the palm of this hand, streams of hot, bright white flames were escaping, illuminating the surroundings. You fucker! In the center of the flames, a hunched figure on his knees, struggling with both hands against the burly shape above, was trembling as he slowly stood upright. The massive pressuring force couldn't stop him from erupting with strength, propping up his body. Want to kill me? Who do you think you are? Yu Hong's body was ablaze with white fire, his muscles bulging. His hair completely dyed white by the flames as he burst upward. His face was twisted with effort as he struggled to lift his head. Thunder!
Bolt!
At the same time, 5 streams of inner chi burst forth. The wild force momentarily pushed the giant hand upward, creating a small gap. Then, he dashed forward, taking steps as he formed the Heaven Mountain seal with both hands in front of him. Whoosh! Below the white flames, his silhouette drew a clear, straight line in the darkness, rushing out of the crater, out of the woods. Turning around, Yu Hong's back rapidly sprouted countless strands of white light. A multitude of these filaments rapidly wove together behind him to form a giant half-body figure of pure white. The figure was solemn, its eyes flickering with white light, conspicuously Yu Hong's own face, only magnified. The entire half-body figure was a good 4 meters tall, with a robust build, wearing antique armor of white light. As soon as the figure appeared, it raised its fist and flexed its bulging muscles before unleashing a punch backward. Thunder!
Bolt!
Yu Hong's body, connected by the white light filaments, also raised his right hand. His features twisted with aggression as he threw a punch. This was the ultimate skill of the Thunderbolt leg technique, Thunderbolt transformation. It was also a punch thrown with all his inner chi concentrated and unleashed in frenzy. The large and small fists overlapped and fused in an instant, meeting the pale giant hand that followed behind. The fist collided with the giant hand in the blink of an eye. Boom! White flames and pale debris exploded upon impact, turning into a circle of white ripples. The ripples sliced through the ground, through the surrounding tree trunks, leaving behind a deep black trench. Yu Hong's right fist pressed against the palm of the pale giant hand. The terrifying force of the punch pierced the air in an instant, passing through the back of the pale hand and creating a gray-white luminous stream. The stream whooshed out, blasting a near-vacuum temporary passage through the mountains and forest behind, and finally landed on a pale giant over 10 meters tall. The luminous stream exploded, briefly revealing the giant's entire form. This was a smaller version of the black giant seen earlier. Its height was only a bit over 10 meters, and it was shrouded in an extremely dense black fog, so dense that even the dragon lizard had not noticed its approach. Even more exaggerated was the position of this smaller black giant was at least 20 meters away from Yu Hong. And yet, it reached out with its right arm, stretching like putty over 20 meters in the blink of an eye, crossing the distance to slam its palm onto the unassuming Yu Hong. The giant's head leaped from its neck into the air, and its thick neck swiftly stretched thin, snaking towards Yu Hong like a serpent. Can't beat the big one, and yet you damn well won't kill this little one? Yu Hong was scared by the life and death moment just now, with intense fear and anger burning crazily in his heart like flames. His inner chi was still exploding, coupled with reaching the ultimate limit of the Thunderbolt leg technique, Thunderbolt transformation. At this moment, his whole body was like a fountain, like a balloon, with violent power continuously surging out from within. The clash of palms ended. His figure flashed, instantly leaving traces of white light as he charged head-on towards the massive flying head. His legs burst into white flames, with his right leg shooting out like a cannonball, delivering a blasting upward kick. Thunderbolt leg, fifth form. Boom! His right leg's instep struck the chin of the incoming head squarely. Sharp, raging currents roared like crazed laughter, mixing into the surrounding mountains and forests. This kick, from bottom to top, gathered all of Yu Hong's strength, augmented by the burst of inner chi. It immediately twisted and distorted the head, kicking it skyward, sending it flying high into the night sky. This leg's power was heavier than the previous punch, much heavier. Before the head could fly far, Yu Hong's bodily flames surged more than a meter high, his form turning into a shooting star, crossing over 20 meters to appear at the side of the giant. Bending his knee, he sidestepped and delivered a whipping kick. It struck the giant on its calf. Bang! There was a huge explosion. Once more, without waiting for the giant to lose balance and completely fall, Yu Hong's figure flashed again to the opposite side. This time, it was another heavy sidekick that forcibly kicked it up. In this way, the cycle continued. His incredible speed allowed him to unleash dozens of heavy kicks in just a few short seconds. His form kept appearing and vanishing at the giant's side. Boom, 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 boom. Amidst the sounds like heavy artillery fire, the giant's pale skin began to crack, covered in fissures. It tried to resist but couldn't escape from the disparity in speed. After only taking 2 steps, it was hit by another heavy leg strike and knocked back. Crack! The giant's right leg was kicked off, its body tilting and crashing to the ground. Still in midair, not yet completely landed. Crack! Another crisp sound. This time it was the shoulder bone breaking. Then the breastbone, the arm, the tailbone. Finally, the cervical vertebra. Crack! Yu Hong's flickering form abruptly stilled at that moment, landing. He tapped his toes lightly on the ground and stood firmly. Chapter 214. Confusion 4. The white inner chi flames rapidly dimmed and went out. Yu Hong stood in place, watching the giant body slowly crash down. Boom! A heavy sound spread as the giant broke 2 dead trees and fell face down on the ground, motionless. White blood slowly flowed from beneath it, then evaporated into black smoke. So, what meaning does your existence hold? Yu Hong exhaled, and the white half-human figure behind him silently dispersed, turning into countless fine threads that burrowed back into his back. His expression returned to calm. He turned around, no longer looking at the scene, and in a flash, he disappeared from the spot, heading back to the camp. Minutes later, inside the camp cave, Yu Hong took off his shirt to inspect the multiple ruptured wounds on his body, swiftly applying iodine. A loud roar suddenly echoed from a distance. It sounded somewhat like a multi-eyed bird, but thicker and louder than most. Yu Hong paused in wiping his wounds. The dragon lizard he had left at the previous battlefield had died. After the small black giant died, most of it dissolved into black smoke, and since he had to wait too long for it to evaporate, he decided to leave the dragon lizard to watch the corpse while he retreated first. As expected, something went wrong. There's something that killed the dragon lizard. It must be one of the small black giants kind, Yu Hong guessed in his mind. Despite the aftermath, he was very calm at the moment. The power boost Thunderbolt transformation gave him was immense. Before the activation, he could easily lift a car weighing several tons with his bare hands. With such strength, fully kicking with maximum speed, considering his body weight, speed, force exertion, and a perfect vertical angle, he could produce a momentary impact force of 100 to 200 tons. Such power would be unbelievably exaggerated to an ordinary person. But against a slightly bigger blood-tide monster, it was quite ordinary. Technically, Yu Hong could still enhance further. It wasn't a matter of speed, but that his own bones and flesh couldn't tolerate more. Just like an ordinary person going all out. If they punched a wall, the one getting injured would definitely be their fist, not the wall. What often determined the upper limit of impact force was the body's own tolerance. Just moments ago, after activating Thunderbolt transformation, his bones and flesh significantly hardened and his speed also increased. Combining the two, his momentary destructive power linearly improved. Defeating that small giant was therefore nothing unexpected. After all, that fellow was only about 10 meters tall and had no special abilities. Having elongated necks and arms or such were completely useless abilities for Yu Hong. They were as good as none. Putting his thoughts aside, Yu Hong decided to test his limit strength when he had time. Stepping out of the cave, the air outside was chilly, and the ground was covered with white frost. He stood in the inner courtyard close to the stone castle walls, quietly waiting. Soon after, swoosh, a black dragon lizard abruptly jumped out of the darkness, crawled in front of him, and spat out a gray-white stone orb covered with cloud patterns. The stone orb was only the size of a fist. It looked a bit like, could this be the small giant's eyeball? Yu Hong suddenly remembered what it was. He had noticed during the encounter that the small black giant's eyes were not like human eyes but made of this stone-like material. This didn't evaporate and disappear? Looks like it left behind something good. Yu Hong had left 4 dragon lizards there. The purpose was to collect any leftovers from the corpses. After all, remnants from the Black Disaster were quite helpful to him. Using them for black mark synthesis might bring some unexpected surprises. It didn't matter if the guarding dragon lizards died. Bringing back the leftovers was what mattered. Picking up the eyeball, Yu Hong turned it over to observe. The giant's eyeball is evidently different in size from its body. It must have shrunk. Stowing away the giant's eyeball, he, bare-chested and with lingering warmth from his boiling blood, thus surveyed the outer courtyard. Before long, near the vehicle entrance, he discovered a huge footprint. From an aerial view, the footprint was clearly human-shaped. About 30 meters long and over 9 meters wide, broader at the front and narrower at the back, with 5 toes. The footprint had landed just right at the camp's right side, crushing part of the fence. Its length was nearly half of the entire outer yard, which was about as long as the camp fence itself. Combining the whole outer and inner yard, it was around 60 meters in square dimensions. Walking out of the camp, Yu Hong squatted by the deep pit made by the footprint. The pit, over 10 meters deep, resembled a dried-up pond in the night, deep enough to kill someone if they jumped down. Maybe I should consider building a spaceship to get away sooner. Looking at the footprint pit, Yu Hong couldn't help shaking his head in resignation. He had no desire to confront such a level of monster head-on. Now, with his full-speed burst, combining Thunderbolt transformation with his body's strength, he might momentarily produce 1,000 tons of impact force. Impact force itself can't traditionally be measured in weight, but converting it to weight makes it more comprehensible. 1,000 tons sounds impressive, but that's just a burst, not sustained force. The key is, with the speed and mass combined, how powerful is the impact when this thing hits? Yu Hong couldn't imagine. He had speed, but so did they. An enormous creature weighing hundreds of thousands of tons. When it stomped down at full speed, the impact, they weren't going to just stand still and let him hit them. So, whoosh, Yu Hong stood up. Better to run. He turned around and returned to the camp, arriving at a slightly crushed fence and carefully checked the countdown of the reinforcement. Soon, he found the countdown display on another fence. This thing was still intact, as if the reinforcement process had nothing to do with the items being reinforced. This sense of déjà vu intensified Yu Hong's belief that the black mark might have been a stolen finished product directly from somewhere. This could also explain why the more precise the request, the more difficult it was to enhance the black mark, and why it always indicated insufficient foundational information. But once switched to free play, any enhancement was possible. The only difference would be the time and energy consumed. Temporary crisis averted. But more black giants are passing by lately. The camp must stay hidden. We can't be flaunting lights. Also, where are these black giants heading? To the new Aurora City. He knew there were only 2 Aurora cities in the entire Eastern River region. Had these elite corps of the contemporary Eastern River congregated there? Maybe that's where the black giants were headed? Thinking this, Yu Hong turned off the camp's public lights, relied solely on the wind and fire slaughter spirit array to fend off the blood-tide black insects. Though this placed a heavier load on the array, it was less conspicuous and much safer. The passing hulking giants truly frightened him. They say after you fight the little ones, the big ones come next. Hopefully, the small one I killed hasn't been discovered. Yu Hong took one last look at the darkened camp. Then he firmly closed the door, locking the bright white lights inside the corridor. Amid the whirring sound of the air purification units, inside and outside the door, darkness and light were like 2 different worlds. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. First Aurora City, the front line. Dozens of 200-meter-tall black giants raced across the expansive black plain towards a massive city fortified with white light. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous firing of heavy grenade cannons echoed. Some shells landed, exploding on the ground to create pits tens of meters wide and deep. Others exploded on the bodies of the black giants, their supersonic projectiles penetrating with terrifying force, leaving uneven white flesh wounds. Beneath the feet of the black giants, a tide-like mass of black blood-tide insects surged. Mixed within this sea of insects were numerous big skins and elephant worms, resembling armored vehicles and siege engines, relentlessly charging at the black fortified city, only to crash into the thick brown alloy city walls. The walls, which had once been smooth and flawless, were now pockmarked and rough as a toad's skin. Machine guns peppered the walls, ceaselessly strafing. Burning projectiles enhanced with incendiaries were continuously thrown down, igniting massive fires that reduced the wave of insects to countless plumes of black smoke. In the sky, countless hairless multi-eyed birds and indistinguishable species of bizarre black disaster birds swirled around airliner-sized gray-white creatures, diving towards the city fortress above. These airliner-sized gray-white creatures, composed of viscous cement-like fluid, had wide wings, lizard-like tails, long necks resembling that of a plesiosaur's, and their heads bore enormous, twisted, and decaying human faces, which emitted piercing screams downward. Anti-air missiles, dense like fireworks, soared to intercept the black disaster creatures above, exploding into bright yet brutal fireworks. A thick concrete protective layer was also constructed above the entire city. This was another Aurora City located outside Exine Gilet's control, and it was on the most dangerous front lines. Inside the city, residents were instructed to stay indoors and wait out the black disaster attack. At this moment, in a polygonal black building at the center of Aurora City, outside its entrance hung a sign for the Aurora Military Commission. On the empty street, a heavy armored military vehicle quickly drove into the iron gate of the building, stopping at the entrance. Fully armed guards came forward to check credentials and then stepped back to salute. The vehicle door opened. A tall, robust man with tired, graying hair dressed in a black military uniform stepped out. His uniform bore the simple insignia of 5 golden suns. General Yang Qijuan's team has caught a small lead on the Eternal Life Association. An elderly, stooped man with white hair, wearing a white researcher's robe, approached and whispered, "Let's talk inside." The man nodded. "No matter what, we must resolve the aftermath this time, and eradicate internal problems root and branch." "Yes." Also, Minister Xian Jile has requested control over the medium-range nuclear missiles, and the specific location has been reported. Send the verification team to check if it's necessary. Misuse of large-yield hydrogen bombs by Flicka has already caused instability in the Earth's crust there. The general spoke with a focused expression. Minister Ouyang has new progress in his investigation into Minister Xian, and it looks like there indeed is a problem. Chapter 215 Blue. The blackout at the camp brought Yu Hong an unexpected peace. The lights kept weak blood-tide monsters at bay, but they also attracted the powerful black disaster. All things considered, it was a win. In the basement of the cave, Yu Hong operated the main control computer of the production line, setting it to automate the production of radiation hand grenades. The materials were semi-finished products he had processed. Then he sat down on a bench to observe the outside world through the dragon lizard's eyes. During this time, a large number of high-risk black disasters continuously passed by the camp. But this time, they were not evil shadows but blood-tide monsters. The black giants are ranked between level 9 and war level. According to Zhang Kaijun, it's illogical that such formidable giants are still a bit short of war level.
Yuong Sige d'un Wardly.
He picked up a charcoal pen and began to etch one of the 4 runes he had recently acquired onto a blank wooden board. After careful study and test engraving with inner chi, only 2 of the 4 runes proved useful. The other 2, for some reason, were completely ineffective. Through Yingshan rune translations, Yu Hong learned that these 2 runes were solidify and separate. These 2 runes were clearly for special purposes and played an irreplaceable role in certain areas. First, I can use separation to purify, and then solidify the materials, allowing me to produce the resources I need continuously. Yu Hong quickly thought of how to use these 2 runes. They were also the most basic 2 links in the Yingshan rune system. Inside the cave, Yu Hong was engrossed in etching a talisman array on the wooden board. Unlike any structure he had created before, time slipped by unnoticed. When the wall-mounted detector showed it was 7:16 in the morning, Yu Hong set down the pen and examined the slightly complex compound array in front of him for any mistakes. Previously, the Yingshan rune system mainly helped me with weapons, gear, and the camp's security. I didn't expect it would also have an effect on inner chi cultivation. He picked up the wooden board and blew off the non-existent dust. Now that the rune system is mostly complete, I might as well try to extract the mysterious power from luminous stones to create a lasting weapon against the black disaster with higher purity and greater power. This was his test, his experiment, but it wasn't particularly urgent. After putting down the wooden board, he picked up the experiment logbook and recorded his current progress. Then he went to the shower room to take a bath. The water from the pipes had dwindled even more. If it weren't for the further drop in temperature outside, causing the water drawn to be cooler as well, the nuclear generator's cooling might also be in jeopardy. After the shower, Yu Hong looked at the water stream that had thinned to the width of a finger, frowning deeply. He reached out, scooped up a handful of water, and sniffed it, detecting a faint acrid smell. Discarding the water, Yu Hong quickly went outside to check on the reinforcement progress. There were still 7 days left until the black mark was strengthened. A full week. He switched on the communicator. After a short wait, "Have you noticed it too?" Zhang Kaijun's voice sounded increasingly weary. "Yeah, it seems we have a serious groundwater issue. You weren't online yesterday, but I heard Aurora City is trying to deal with it. They're digging tunnels." Yu Hong's information came from Xian Jile. Hopefully they'll succeed. The situation with the investigation team isn't great either. The Misha family holds the key, and that's been confirmed. But we can't find the two members of the Misha family who entered East River territory before. How are you dealing with the blood ticks in the strata? Zhang Kaijun asked. Just keep shining the large spotlight on them, and it'll be fine once we dig through the black worm layer, replied Yu Hong. It's getting colder outside, and now we have a water issue. I feel like something bad might happen. How much worse can it get? Said Zhang Kaijun. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, there was a series of heavy footsteps approaching from outside, which then quickly grew distant again. Yu Hong, having already spotted the black giant through the dragon lizard's surveillance, noted that the giant was just passing by and not heading towards the camp, which is why he had remained still. Yu Hong, do you think we still have hope for the future? Zhang Kaijun suddenly asked. Yu Hong was surprised. He never expected the usually cold Zhang Kaijun to suddenly ask such a question. I don't know, he answered. That's why Aurora City is striving to deal with the black disaster while also seeking the key. If the key is useful, maybe the black disaster can be contained. Do you believe it? Do we have a choice? Replied Yu Hong. Silence. Both men lapsed into silence simultaneously. The communication ended, with Wei Song and Xian Jilei never having appeared. Yu Hong returned to the bathroom, turned on the tap, and as the water came out slightly black, he sighed and gently shut it off. I can't rely on Aurora City to solve the problem. Even if they succeed, my position is too far to resolve the water supply issue. I need to deal with the water source quickly while we still have sufficient reserves. He made up his mind. Then, putting on his gear, he left the camp and headed to the back. The atomic lamp turned on, illuminating the eerie gray-black wooden bridge at the back of the camp. The bridge extended silently into the dense black fog, secret and unnoticeable. Yu Hong closed his eyes and checked the array. Then he took out a detector and extended it in the direction of the wooden bridge. Swiftly, the numbers on the detector changed rapidly, skyrocketing from dozens to over 1,000. The erosion of the array has begun again. Seems there's trouble at the black ship. He exhaled, lowered his face mask. I'll deal with the wooden bridge first, and on the way, complete the night text translations in the machine. Then I'll come back to sort out the water issue. By that time, the black mark's reinforcement of the fence should also be complete. Compared to the water source, the array was degrading faster, so priorities had to be set. Familiar with the route, he now carried a large iron ball as he strode onto the wooden bridge. Surging with inner chi, the potent red value radiation surrounding him was steadily neutralized by the negative radiation emitted from his chi. The Thunderbolt leg technique was specifically augmented with a black mark integration to counter the black disaster, boasting a strong specificity. So far, the effects had been quite satisfactory. But now, having cultivated the Thunderbolt transformation to the 6th layer, he was closing in on completion. His current focus was on strengthening his body's adaptability, allowing the Thunderbolt transformation to gradually adapt to his physique, while also speeding up activation, stepping and forming hand signs, trying to minimize the duration. Once he had sufficiently practiced these techniques, it would be time to reinforce a new martial art. With these thoughts flickering through his mind, Yu Hong soon caught sight of the massive black ship moored at the end of the wooden bridge. Whoosh! Several dragon lizards swiftly leaped aboard, checking for safety. Shortly after, plumes of black smoke rose slowly, signaling safety from the dragon lizards. Yu Hong leaped aboard, his single hand bracing against the railing as he lightly landed. With a creaking sound, the black ship began to move, heading slowly into the depths of the black fog. Hope to complete the night text and make clear the content of that Taoist scripture. Standing on the deck, Yu Hong looked towards the bow, although he could see only the thick black fog. Still, his heart was filled with anticipation. Intuition told him that whether it was Aurora City or Gray City, or any other large strongholds, they had all turned into stagnant waters. Just dealing with the successive black disasters was enough to overwhelm them, leaving no capacity to delve into the truth of the black disaster. And without a stable defense line, there was simply no chance of delving deeper to understand the situation. After about 10 minutes of sailing, the black ship slowly came to a halt. Thump. The vessel gently brushed against something hard, causing a slight shudder. Yu Hong walked over to the port side and looked down. The black fog began to dissipate. A rudimentary wooden jetty, resembling the wooden bridge, appeared before him. The jetty stretched straight into the distance. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters. Suddenly, Yu Hong paused in confusion. No black fog? There's actually no black fog here? He looked along the bridge into the distance. The scenery was clearly visible for a long way. The long black wooden bridge, solid and straight, ended at a jumble of dark red rocks. In the rocks, there was a black metal sign, inscribed with unfamiliar night text. Yu Hong activated the translation device on his cheek. For his first exploration, he intended to primarily probe and explore, not planning to take much action. So, he wore the translation device to collect samples. Sample collected, scene recording, current progress 8%. A sweet female voice rang in his ear. Whoosh whoosh. 2 dragon lizards were the first to leap off the black ship, with Yu Hong following suit, stepping onto the wooden bridge and quickly walking towards the stone beach. Clack. The moment his boots touched the stones. Yong! A prolonged tolling of a bell unexpectedly sounded gently near Yu Hong's ear. The bell sound seemed like a spring, washing over him from head to toe in an instant. Strangely, a sense of peculiar relief slowly arose from deep within his heart. Yu Hong raised his head. Directly before him, under the dark, lightless sky, stood a sharp, knife-like gray-white mountain peak, rising to the heavens. At the summit, there was a sky-blue, vertical pupil-like crevice. Through the crevice shone a pure, bright light, a pure blue halo that seemed like the lingering color of a sky that once existed. This place. Yu Hong's heart skipped a beat, sensing the black ship might have brought him to an extraordinary place. He surveyed his surroundings. Behind him was the black water river, enveloped in black fog, and the wooden jetty. On both sides, endless grayish-white mountains stretched, but beyond a certain distance, farther away, they were also submerged in black fog. Only this mountain in front of him seemed protected by some strange force, preventing the black fog from approaching. Crunch, crunch. He lifted his foot and took steps towards the mountain peak. The blue vertical pupil crevice at the top of the peak, like a magnet, continually drew him closer. Dragon lizards kept guard around him, always alert to potential threats. Before long, he arrived at the base of the mountain. In between the bare gray-white stones, clusters of bizarre rocks and pillars formed a stone forest hiding a winding staircase leading upwards. The stairway was only a little more than a meter wide, and on a strange rock at its entrance, blue night text was carved. After recording it with the translation device, Yu Hong approached the stairs. Looking up, the unobstructed stairway had small platforms at intervals. The platforms wound upwards, twisting and turning, seemingly connecting to the unseen end of the peak. At this moment, Yu Hong was surprised to see a person on the first platform ahead. The figure wore a tattered black and gray robe, hair draped over the shoulders, prostrate on the ground, head quietly bowed to the earth, completely still. Is that a Taoist robe? Yu Hong found the attire somewhat familiar. After a moment's thought, he stepped onto the stairway. Step by step, warily scanning his surroundings, he climbed. The dragon lizards scrambled ahead of him, approaching the figure. But there was no response, just the silent figure kneeling statically. Chapter 216, Blue. Soon after, Yu Hong also walked up to the person step by step. He casually picked up a long stone from the ground and poked the person with it. Puff puff. The stone jabbed into the person's body, hard and stiff, without any softness of flesh and blood. A corpse! A trace of surprise showed on Yu Hong's face under his helmet. To think a corpse would appear here, it seems there really isn't a black disaster here. Black disaster devours corpses, leaving only objects behind. That's a fact recognized by everyone. The presence of a corpse here means that this place might be the complete opposite of the black disaster. From the outset, when the black fog dissipated, he had this suspicion. He sighed, glanced at the detector on his collar. The LCD displayed -172.313. As I thought. He took a deep breath and continued upwards. Tap, tap, tap. On the hard stone steps, only his footsteps echoed. Around the mountains, densely packed stone forests emitted a cold breath. Yet there wasn't the slightest hint of gloomy dreariness. Bright cerulean halos lit up the entire mountain peak with a righteous aura. Yu Hong kept climbing and soon reached the second small platform. This time, there were 3 people dressed in garments similar to Taoist robes, also kneeling on the ground, their faces twisted in pain, eyes tightly shut, their bodies long frozen stiff, devoid of signs of life. Yu Hong continued upwards. On the third platform, there were still 2 kneeling corpses. These 2 were slightly different from the previous ones. Their garb was a bit more lavish, with delicate accessories added. Yu Hong attempted to search their bodies, but found that their clothes were frozen together with the corpses, inseparable. Considering he had just arrived, to avoid triggering any unforeseen events, he did not attempt to forcefully search the bodies. He continued upwards. On platform after platform, there were more or fewer kneeling frozen corpses. As he climbed the steps, Yu Hong suddenly noticed some night text inscriptions on the stone columns to the right of the staircase in the stone forest. He had the translator record them one by one, and the progress was pushed to 9%. He didn't know how much time had passed. Finally, a great rocky platform appeared at the end of the staircase. Crack. Yu Hong stepped onto it. Looking around, this was a gigantic circular white platform, about the size of a soccer field. The ground was smooth, covered in a thick layer of ice. Through the ice, one could see an extremely intricate set of blue giant array patterns beneath. Hoo! A cold wind blew, lifting the thick cloak behind Yu Hong. The detector's temperature display began to emit a beeping alarm. Yu Hong glanced at it. -27 degrees. He silenced the alarm and looked around. Directly in front of the platform was a glowing crack resembling a vertical cerulean pupil. To the left and right were sheer icy cliffs without any railings. With a thought, Yu Hong commanded a dragon lizard toward that crack. Swoosh! As the dragon lizard darted across the platform and turned into a black streak, it quickly disappeared into the crack. Then, the view was cut off. Everything returned to calm. Yo? Yu Hong frowned, staring at the crack. Send another one, he commanded. The second dragon lizard also rushed toward the crack. But this time, under Yu Hong's control, it stopped at the entrance of the crack and then slowly, bit by bit, crawled inside. With no change occurring, Yu Hong watched with his own eyes as the second dragon lizard entered the crack. The lizard was fine and continued forward, but his connection with it was severed. A place with strong isolation? Assured of no danger, Yu Hong too stepped onto the large platform and quickly approached the crack. But as he drew nearer, a faint noise began to sound in his ears. It was as if countless people were talking at once, dense and buzzing like a swarm of bees, causing him irritation. He reached the crack. Yu Hong hesitated for a moment but still lifted his foot and stepped forward. No change. He confirmed there was nothing abnormal with his body before continuing forward. Slowly walking into the crack. Inside the crack was extremely bright. It was a massive elliptical cavern. At the center of the cavern stood a tall blue crystal column, and atop the column, a blue-robed old man sat quietly with his back to Yu Hong, seemingly holding something in front of him that emitted an intensely dazzling blue halo. The old man's garments were also similar to a Taoist robe, embroidered with large complex patterns. Some of these patterns occasionally lit up silver, flashing briefly. The old man's long hair had already turned snow-white, neatly draped behind him. He wore a silver coronet resembling a flame on his head. On the back of his robe was a peculiar pattern. It was a sun-shaped golden circle, with a pointer in the center dividing it vertically from bottom to top. At the very bottom, it was decorated with auspicious clouds and twisted patterns. All the light in the cavern emanated from the central seated old man. Yu Hong estimated the distance He was at least 100 meters away from the old man. But the blue light from that person was like a miniature sun, making even his eyes sting. This was even after the protection of goggles. He scanned ahead and quickly spotted his two dragon lizards lying motionless on the ground not far in front of him, not knowing what was wrong. Crack. Suddenly, a sound like that of ice splitting open emanated from the old man. He slowly rose to his feet, blue powder starting to fall from his body. Rings of transparent ripples spread out from him, transforming into wind, brushing around the cave, then rebounding and merging into a chaotic gust. Yu Hong felt something was amiss and began to step back. Sample collection in progress. Scene recorded. Current progress 11%. The translator's prompt suddenly popped up, but Yu Hong had no idea where it had heard the sample from. He had an ominous feeling, a very bad one, watching as the old man had completely risen to his feet. He immediately didn't care about anything else and turned around to execute the thunderbolt leg technique at full speed. Hiss! With a single stride, he shot out of the crevice like an arrow released from a bow, crossing the large platform and rushing down the steps. Wu Mengxing! An incomprehensible ancient voice cried out from the mountaintop as Yu Hong retreated wildly. Xing! 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 As the aged voice resonated, it was also accompanied by the sounds of countless people speaking or chanting something. The voice repeated, sounding like a cry, its tone resembling the Chinese word for star. Without pausing for a moment, Yu Hong sped down the mountain and rushed towards the wooden bridge on the rocky beach. In a burst of speed, he glanced back behind him. At that moment, the peak of the large mountain was emitting a blindingly brilliant blue light, like the sun. Wherever the blue light touched, the surrounding mountains and the ground began to rapidly form large patches of frost. At the same time, the thick black fog in the distant surroundings violently rolled, seemingly stimulated, and began sweeping toward this location. The moment the black fog neared, the blue light fiercely blocked it from the outside, continuously piercing and scattering it. Crack! Crack! The wooden bridge was also frozen, extending up to the black ship. Yu Hong had already jumped onto the black ship, standing at the rail and gazing at the mountain peak. Wek! That ancient voice still echoed slowly by his ear. However, he couldn't understand the language, only perceiving a strange mechanical feel from the voice. The voice continuously repeating a segment of incomprehensible night text, not trying to converse with him. This was also why he had turned and fled, because the old man might have already lost consciousness, simply reacting reflexively. Too bad. Didn't manage to gain anything, Yu Hong sighed. Feeling the black ship begin to slowly move away from the dock, he felt somewhat regretful. Sample collected successfully. Current scene recorded. Current progress 24%. The translator's prompt sounded again. Why has it recorded again? Yu Hong furrowed his brow. He was already on the ship, wasn't he? What was happening? Surrounded by black fog, there was nothing to be seen. How could the translator have recorded it? Suddenly, Yu Hong sensed something was wrong and quickly looked around. Wait, the furnishings on the black ship were not right. The masts on the ship were not like this. He abruptly realized something was amiss. The moment he sensed the discrepancy, the black ship around him distorted like water ripples, as if a burning scroll, edges burning away, turning to ashes and dissipating from his view. Everything in front of him turned white. His vision blurred, and by the time his eyes cleared, everything around him plunged him into an icy abyss. He was still in that massive blue light crevice. He had never left from the very beginning. Directly in front of him, the seated old man was slowly straightening up, turning around once more. The old man's face was serene, like a statue, his eyes tightly closed, holding a brilliantly blue horsetail whisk in his hand. The piercing light shrouded everything, obscuring the details of the horsetail whisk. Sample collected. Current progress 35%. The translator's prompt came again. Yu Hong saw the old man's lips slightly move, and a series of unintelligible sounds reached his ears. Finally, He understood where the translator's progress came from. Trouble. He had no idea how to deal with this type of illusion-based opponent. Among his current methods, not one was designed to handle illusion-based attacks. Especially since the old man's methods were not Black Disaster, but all his techniques were developed to counter Black Disaster. The old man mechanically repeated the unknown words, then gently stepped forward. Swoosh! In an instant, he moved 100 meters, appearing in front of Yu Hong. He pointed a finger. Before his finger was Yu Hong's raised spiked iron ball. Clang! The iron ball loudly distorted, caving in the center, then explosively shattered, scattering like a burst balloon. Shing! The deafening old voice still echoed around. The old man's finger continued forward, aiming for Yu Hong's chest. Boom! Inner chi erupted, and Yu Hong's body ignited with white light, his right leg kicking forward at the opponent's lower leg. Simultaneously, he leaned his upper body backward, deftly dodging the finger. Hiss! The old man's finger grazed above him, nicking the tip of his nose, drawing a streak of blood, while Yu Hong's right leg also hit the old man's left leg bone. With a muffled thud, the two rapidly separated. Yu Hong only felt his right leg as if he had kicked a chunk of steel, painfully throbbing. Such strong defense. He thought to himself that even an armored vehicle could have been instantly kicked apart, his explosive strength reaching at least 1,000 tons. Even real steel should have bent. But the opponent seemed to have. No. Suddenly, Yu Hong noticed. The blue light on the old man's horsetail whisk had dimmed slightly. Chapter 217, Blue 3. Blue light. Yu Hong squinted his eyes and tore off the helmet that had been slashed in two. That last strike had cleanly bisected his bulletproof helmet and all. He exhaled sharply and abruptly moved to the left, dodging the elder's next finger thrust. Thunderbolt inner chi erupted as he spun around with a swift, turning back kick. Thud! The kick was blocked by the elder's single hand. His withered fingers clasped like 5 sharp spikes, fiercely stabbing towards Yu Hong's leg. Fortunately, the speed of the thunderbolt leg was extremely fast, and he quickly retracted his leg, widening the distance. Yu Hong jumped slightly, easing the stinging pain in his legs. Once again, he noticed the blue light on the elder's horsetail whisk had dimmed a bit more. Understanding flashed in his eyes. Again, immediately utilizing his speed as an advantage, he circled the elder rapidly, darting in and out with kicks. The opponent's speed was fast in a straight line, but couldn't match the mobility of the thunderbolt leg technique. With this strategy, Yu Hong quickly gained a significant advantage in a short amount of time. Like the time he had taken down the giant, his silhouette flickered constantly at the elder's side, launching kicks. The thunderbolt leg technique, now with a vast reserve of inner chi, could sustain a continuous eruption for an extended period, enough to hold up during this battle. Bang, 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 bang. A series of heavy impacts sounded as Yu Hong clashed with the elder, fracturing space, shattering steps along the way, and retreating to a stony beach. As the blue light faded gradually, everything seemed to be drawing to a close. Rumble, rumble. Not far away, the area covered by the blue light began to shrink, and the black fog started to encroach. One by one, mountains were enveloped by the black fog, gradually disintegrating, collapsing like sand dunes. Boom! Another powerful kick landed on the elder's left shoulder, and Yu Hong leveraged the force to jump back and land. Looking at the changes happening around him, a frown appeared on his face. A nameless agitation started to rise quietly within him. Crack! The elder raised his horsetail whisk, about to continue his attack, but suddenly jerked to a halt. It was as if a robot had lost power, completely freezing in place. Buzz! In that instant, countless overlapping voices echoed through the surroundings. It was as if they were chanting, singing, shouting. Sample has been recorded. Current progress 40%. Current progress 51%. 68%. At that moment, the myriad voices of the translation devices rose up simultaneously. Yu Hong now knew why the progress of the translation device had increased so rapidly. The chaotic sounds around him obviously played a significant role. his eyebrows knitted tightly as he was about to step forward to check on the elder. All of a sudden, he noticed a change in the elder's eyes, which went from being mechanical and lifeless to suddenly lively and gentle. That was the light of consciousness. He realized it in a flash. You! Ak! The elder put away his horsetail whisk and revealed a serene smile on his face, uttering a string of night text that was completely unintelligible. Crack! In that instant, his body shattered like broken glass, and countless fragments of blue crystals drifted out from him, dissipating into the air. As he disintegrated, the black fog in the distance approached even more rapidly. The blue light was fading rapidly, vanishing, its brightness plummeting swiftly. Current progress 86%. The translation device prompted again. The elder opened his mouth, looking at Yu Hong, and spoke again. Sadly, not a word was intelligible. He seemed to realize this too, a tinge of regret in his eyes. Then he turned his head to watch the quickly encroaching black fog, his face expressing resignation and calm. Not long after, the elder sat down cross-legged, resting the horsetail whisk across his knees, his demeanor peaceful as he closed his eyes. Buzz! A brilliant blue light burst forth from him, expanding in all directions, momentarily holding back the black fog. Then he raised his hand, waving at Yu Hong, signaling him to leave quickly. Yu Hong watched him, feeling a sudden sense of regret welling up inside for no apparent reason. But he didn't hesitate, turned around, and sprinted, leaping aboard the black ship in just a few bounds. The overlapping voices continued to resonate in his ears. The progress updates from the translation device kept speeding up. Click. The black ship slowly started moving, retreating, leaving the stony beach. On the beach, the elder, still enveloped in the blue light, sat cross-legged, beginning to recite something loudly. As he chanted, the progress updates from the translation device accelerated even more. Watching the progress bar almost hit 100%, the black fog completely swallowed the blue light. The black ship also completely departed from the pure blue area. Yu Hong looked in that direction when suddenly, a point of blue light pierced through the blackness, shooting toward him like a meteor. He reached out and grabbed it. Snap! The blue light fell into the palm of his hand. He looked down to see. It was an ancient tome with a sky blue cover. The tome was surrounded by a faint blue glow, with countless blood vessel-like blue threads prominent on the cover, appearing almost alive and extraordinarily uncommon. SDHQF. The last thread of a fine and vague voice drifted from afar through the black fog. All returned to utter silence. Current progress 100%, night text analysis complete, wishing you a pleasant usage. The translator's notification sound seemed to be the final piece completed, collecting all of the sample data. Yu Hong's spirits lifted as he looked at the book in his hand. The characters of the night text in his eyes quickly translated into a sweet Chinese female voice by his ear. The last scribbles. This was the text on the cover. Having finally completed the translation of the night text, Yu Hong hastily flipped to the first page. I do not know how much longer I can hold out. Its power is too great, too terrifying, omnipresent. It's as if, when I close my eyes, it's all there in my mind. Countries have long since decayed, dilapidated, the black fog shrouding everything. All beings succumb to the black disaster without exception. After extensive joint studies by various peers, only the extreme cold of true origin divine light can withstand the invasion. But true origin divine light is not a power from within us. It is not easy to change one's cultivation path. The masters transform themselves, buying time for us, the younger generation, to advance our cultivation. In the year 3014 of the Common Era, the black fog engulfed everything, and eternal night fell. The Grandmasters transformed themselves as well, perhaps. It will soon be our turn. Mountains are collapsing, the earth quakes and cracks, the world seems to be disappearing. I can hear the wails carried in the wind. In 3017, everyone's true origin divine light converged here on me. I did not expect that I would still be among the living as the most suitable. Alas! Yu Hong turned the pages one by one, reading. This seemed to be the diary entries left by that old man. There might be a substantial amount of useful content related to the black disaster within. The convergence of the divine light is complete. I was left at the heart of Array Formation Mountain, guarding everything. Being the last guardian of all, seeing my peers enter and exit the divine light area, protected by the divine light from the black disaster's assault, there is always a little comfort in my heart. People are dwindling. That thing has begun to pollute once more. Even the divine light can only protect cultivators, cannot shield others when radiating outward. Why is this so? The sect leader brother came to sit in meditation with me. It's apparent. He is very tired. 10 years I see no hope. We cannot escape, only to continue depleting endlessly. The sect leader brother and most of the others voted to converge all of their cultivation onto me. They do not want to sit waiting for death any longer. They wish to transfer their powers and then go out to fight for one last hope. I don't understand. Apart from protecting the core, there is nothing else I can do. On the edge of this page, there was a faint trace of blood left. Yu Hong sighed softly and continued to turn the pages. The following pages were all records of landscapes, the dwindling of people around him, and everyday mundane matters of life. After flipping through many pages, finally, there was a new change. The last group of people decided to go out, following the path trodden by our predecessors, continuing their quest outward, in search of hope. But there was no one left around. I don't know how many years have passed. I became the conduit of the true origin divine light in this realm, the blue light still sheltering a certain range around me. But the food is gone. It seemed like I saw survivors outside. I waved at them, only to realize they were waving back at me. It turns out it was only my shadow. It's as if there's music in the wind, and I want to go see, but I can't go out. Going out would sever the divine light. I promised my master and the others I would guard the last bit of hope for everyone. Today a survivor came. He saw me and knelt on the ground, begging for my protection. I told him I am not a god, but he didn't believe. Soon more survivors came. They broke out of the black fog and came here, thinking this was a haven beyond the world. They begged me to save their relatives, but unfortunately, I couldn't do anything. People slowly started to increase, but they say they all saw the star. What is the star? There isn't enough food. People began to fight over it. Someone died. Someone rushed into the black fog, never to return. I'm getting a little weary. Someone within the divine light turned into the black disaster. What's happening? I want to investigate, but I can't go out. The voices outside have stopped. All is quiet. I want to go out and see what's happening. Some people are kneeling outside, but why won't they come in? I want to go out. I am the last hope of humanity. The divine light is the last haven. I want to go out. Before my master died, he entrusted me to guard the last haven. My seniors gave me all their cultivation. I am the last hope of humanity, the last light, the last hope, the final light. The following pages are filled with such text. Page after page, dense and scribbled, the handwriting getting more and more careless, until the very last page. I am the last hope, the final light. Who am I? I can barely hold on. I can only reduce the pain of the divine light connection by hibernating. I can feel it, my consciousness is also aging, decaying. True origin divine light, true origin. Perhaps, I can create a method to transmit all my cultivation before I completely collapse, to leave the last spark of humanity. Someone else can enter. This was the last sentence. The booklet ends here entirely. Yu Hong closed the booklet, looked at the pure blue light diffusing from it, and sighed softly. If the person who entered that rift at the end wasn't me, but another who understood night text, maybe they could have woken him up in time, communicated with him, kept him from leaving the cave, thus preventing the collapse of this haven, perhaps even inheriting that something divine light. Flipping through the entire booklet, Yu Hong found a line of neat small script in the back corner, recorded by Star River Taoist Su Jingyuan. A haven that had lasted so long seemed to have triggered a chain collapse due to his intervention. Although Yu Hong understood that the old man called Su Zhengyuan did not blame him when he sat down with his legs crossed at the end, he still felt extremely regretful. The other party was clearly a survivor who had experienced the complete black disaster of the Night-Tech civilization, and if he could have communicated with him in detail, it would have been of great help in combating the black disaster. And now, although he held this seemingly extraordinary booklet, he didn't know how to use it. The fact that the other party threw the booklet out to him at the end couldn't have been just to leave behind his own story. Chapter 218 Blue. Bang! As he pondered, the black ship gently reached the shore and returned to the camp's wooden bridge. Yu Hong jumped off the black ship, dragging the chain that was now without its large iron ball, and entered the array. At this point, the array inside the mark was no longer eroded by the wooden bridge, and everything had returned to normal. Next, while it's stable, before the enhancement ends, study the booklet and the new runes, and try to solve the groundwater issue. Yu Hong set his plan. After carefully stowing the booklet, he rested for a while, had something to eat, then turned on the communicator, ready to exchange information with the outside world. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned it on, voices of Wei Song and Zhang Kaijun discussing hurriedly came from the communicator. Seeing Yu Hong online, Zhang Kaijun quickly shifted focus. "Yu Hong, there's been a problem," he exclaimed. "What happened?" Yu Hong was stunned. "The groundwater here is cut off. Your detector shows strong radiation from the black disaster in the water. No matter how we filter it, it's unusable. Our only option now is to collect snow water. But that won't support us for long," Zhang Kaijun explained. "Cut off?" Yu Hong quickly stood up and ran to the water pipe to turn it on. Click, click. After a burst of noise, there indeed wasn't a single drop of water coming from the tap. Although Yu Hong had anticipated that something like this might happen, when it actually came to pass, his heart started to race again. Not to mention ordinary people, even he couldn't survive long without water. Although he had stockpiled water for several months, that was water without a source. It diminished with each use. He went back to the communicator. "Hasn't Aurora City found a solution?" he asked intently. "They found the black disaster affecting the groundwater behind the scenes," Wei Song said helplessly. "Due to its extreme danger, Aurora City rated it as level 9, just below war level. It's a horrifying disaster called the Dissolving Leech." "Dissolving Leech? Is it Blood Tide or Evil Shadow?" Yu Hong asked quickly. "Blood Tide. It's a kind of black disaster that can disintegrate itself into particles invisible to the naked eye. Can dissolve in water and hide in any liquid. Once you drink it, it instantly dehydrates you completely, then reproduces more dissolving leeches. Several hundreds from Aurora City have already died, all selected elites, but no one has been able to solve this problem," Wei Song explained. "Bombs? Even bombs with additives are useless." Yu Hong was somewhat incredulous. "We tried bombing. It's useless because you never know where the dissolving leeches are, or in what liquid they've dissolved. Groundwater is flowing. We can't just explode and evaporate all of it. That would be pointless even if we won," Zhang Kaijun replied. "So the only solution is to find a new water source. Also, the temperature outside has dropped again. After the black fog, it might turn into extremely cold weather. Without sunlight, the temperature drops too severely." Yu Hong glanced at the temperature inside the cave. -3 degrees. Even the cave was only 3 degrees below zero, not to mention the outside. He discussed with the two how to find a new water source, and they all agreed that only rainwater and condensed air water were reliable. But these two sources were greatly unstable. After the communication ended, Yu Hong stood up and walked into the passage, looking at the dark camp outside with a thin layer of light frost already covering the ground. He opened the door and put the detector outside, and shortly, the detector displayed stable temperature data. -28 degrees.
Yu Hong frônait deeply.
This kind of weather is really lethal. In the time that followed, he studied the new booklet and runes while maintaining high-frequency communication with the outside world. But despite Wei Song, Zhang Kaijun, and Xian Jilei from Aurora City implementing many emergency measures, a large number of survivors were still silently freezing to death at night. Due to the lack of water and the low temperatures, a large number of people caught colds and fevers, were isolated and left to fate. Every day, many people were frozen alive in Gray City and Wei Song's camp. Xi and Gillet from Aurora City seemed to have some issues and had also rarely been online recently. It was just the three of them frequently on the channel. Before he knew it, the day for the enhancement of the Black Marks fences arrived. Yu Hong was prepared to seamlessly integrate the enhancement into his new cultivation technique. After having received the booklet from Daoist Star River Su Zhenyuan, and seeing the powerful effects of the True Origin Divine Light, he thought about whether he could integrate that into his new cultivation technique. If not, he would take the modular cultivation approach. The so-called modular cultivation is cultivating a specific cultivation technique in a single field to reach rapid completion and cover weaknesses. This route was one he had painfully thought out. For example, if you need defensive power, you would start cultivating a specialized martial art like Iron Shirt. Although it would definitely be very basic and low-level at first, the cultivation would be fast. The Thunderbolt leg technique could have been fast too, had it not been for constant merging of new things. This stage-wise cultivation's biggest benefit was its immediate usability. Of course, the main reason was that Black Mark couldn't enhance a miraculous ultimate martial art all at once. After all, you can't raise something too high without a foundation. I shouldn't keep merging things like I did with the Thunderbolt leg technique. Spending too long in one direction makes my weak points very obvious. Encountering a blood-tied monster is manageable, but facing something like Evil Shadow, I don't even dare to touch. The type is too singular and extreme, being too heavily countered. Now that there's a shortage of water, if I could enhance a cold ice palm that can condense water, wouldn't I naturally not lack water to drink? And the air, if I could cultivate a martial art that enhances detoxification, making me immune to all poisons, maybe I can completely avoid the pollution and toxicity of the air? Faced with the choice of a new cultivation technique, Yu Hong had new ideas. Currently, his martial arts still involved going head-to-head using his flesh without any protection. At most his skin was a bit thicker, his bones a bit harder. Although covered in a white light, that wasn't a protective layer but was used to enhance his flesh and bones. His flesh and blood body was the one that actually took the hits. I'm still within the realm of martial arts now. If I could strengthen to the realm of mystical martial arts, to be able to send out an energy palm print through the air, wouldn't I be able to easily deal with an Evil Shadow? There were too many inspirations about cultivation techniques. Yu Hong quickly reined in his thoughts, reminding himself to first take the path of completeness cost-effectiveness, and then think of upgrading to mystical martial arts later. Otherwise, he might bite off more than he could chew. Asterisk. 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 Hundreds of kilometers away from Aurora City, in a dark and arid stone forest. Hiss! In the darkness, a pair of dark red luminescent vertical pupils swept around the stone forest, inspecting all the possible hidden corners. The owner of the vertical pupils was a giant black lizard, 15 meters long and 4 meters tall. Its lizard head resembled a rhinoceros, encased in thick black metallic armor, with a sharp horn growing from its forehead. Its body constantly dripped black, sticky, foul-smelling poisonous liquid. This was a level 8 dangerous toxic rhino dragon. This creature was also one of the blood-tied monsters that the joint military disliked dealing with the most. Because not only did this thing have extremely fast self-healing capabilities, but it also exploded upon death. The explosion was tremendously powerful, and the splattered poison was instantly lethal. The range and destructiveness were both extremely horrifying. Behind a stone pillar, Lin Yi crouched, cautiously hiding. After their convoy was attacked, she and a nurse had fled the scene, and luckily encountered a kind stranger who warned them. They had just exchanged a few words when a new black disaster chased after them. Thus, Yi forcibly pulled the man along to escape. The three of them ran wildly, but the nurse couldn't keep up and found a place to hide and rest, while Lin Yi went to look for the rescue convoy. Unfortunately, despite searching for a long time, she found nothing. In the darkness, the rescue convoy didn't dare to make their presence loudly known. Behind the stone pillar, Lin Yi avoided the toxic rhino dragon and quickly jogged through the stone forest, soon entering a narrow and hidden dark cave. The cave wasn't big, roughly 100 square meters in space. The nurse, groggy, leaned against the wall and fell asleep, her forehead burning up while her body felt cold. Even giving her his own coat didn't help. "She's not going to make it," another person in the cave said softly. It was a man, wearing a gray shirt with a black vest and tattered trousers, his brown hair messy. His deep blue eyes quietly stared at the ground. Beside him a small atomic lamp flashlight, the sole source of light here. The faint green light cast a dismal green over the three people in the cave. "I saw outside that creature, still blocking, unwilling to leave," Lin Yi said with effort, gesturing as she spoke. "Did you use the method I gave you?" the brown-haired, blue-eyed man asked, looking up. "Used it. Very effective, but it still won't leave," Lin Yi said helplessly. "Logically, you should have positioning chips in you, but since no one has come to pick you up yet, it means they can't break through the Black Disaster's blockade, or maybe you've been abandoned." The man analyzed calmly. Lin Yi found it strange too. It had been so many days, and nobody from Aurora City had come to find them. Even if they were blocked, they could have sent a signal flare at night. "No, it can't be." She shook her head. With Xuanning and Yu Hong around, someone would definitely come to rescue her. "You trust others so much?" the man exclaimed in surprise. "Aren't you afraid they might harm you?" Just like when she had first met him, this girl just pulled him along without even knowing who he was, his name, what his nature was, whether he was good or bad. "I trust them," Lin Yi said carefully as she picked up the nurse to keep her warm. "You're interesting," the man chuckled, seemingly intrigued. "The temperature has dropped again. If we don't start a fire soon, you'll all freeze to death. I must find the transmitter." Lin Yi still remembered the contact numbers for Aurora City and Gray City. If they could connect to the satellite communications, they might be rescued. "There are no towns nearby." The man coughed a few times, his face turning pale. "Here." Lin Yi fished out a capsule from her pocket, an enhanced anti-inflammatory drug Yu Hong had prepared for her. "Medicine." The man paused, looking at the hand extended before him, silent. A flash of indescribable irritation swept across his eyes, quickly suppressed. "You're very strange," he muttered, taking the medicine and stuffing it into his mouth, chewing and swallowing. This feeling was novel. He was used to people fearing him. Suddenly, someone naive ran up, worried he was sick, and gave him her most precious medicine. This pure kindness seemingly stirred a long-forgotten memory in him. "Thanks for the medicine, I feel much better already," the man said softly before the medicine could have taken effect. "Oh, what's your name? Whenever I find some medicine later, I'll repay you immediately," he asked earnestly. Lin Yi." Yi pointed to her face, then to her hunched back. "Easy to remember. Remember to repay me. Not much left," she added another sentence. Chapter 219, Scars of the Past. Who? Black fog surged, and the cold wind howled. Inside Black Wind Camp, Yu Hong stood in front of the outer courtyard fence, waiting for the completion of the black mark enhancement. He didn't wear a helmet, just a simple breathing valve, his gaze fixed on the fence. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The countdown abruptly zeroed out. Swoosh! In an instant, the entire perimeter of the camp blurred, the fence disappearing all at once. Following that, in the next moment, a 3-meter-high, more than 1 meter thick, stout heavy stone wall rapidly materialized where the fence had been. The stone wall, like the fence, circled and was constructed around the camp. Its surface shimmered with layer upon layer of dense and intricate rune-white light. The white light flickered only once before quickly dimming and receding into hiding. Soon, the stone wall completely solidified, leaving a thick stone gate at the position facing the driveway. At the top of the wall body, a row of sharp stone spikes grew. The gray-black wall body had a surface that was smooth and flat. The runes that had just appeared were nowhere to be seen, all concealed within the inner layers. Buzz. At the same moment the stone wall took shape. Strands of invisible fluctuations diffused from inside the wall, spreading outwards. Yu Hong felt a stir in his heart, and with a light tip of his toes, he easily jumped out over the 3-meter-high stone wall, landing outside. He then turned back to look. The black stone wall almost completely blocked the view of the entire camp inside. Only the stone castle was too high to be obstructed. But apart from the stone castle and the poles for hanging lamps, everything else inside was out of sight. Yu Hong stepped back a bit, looking from afar. At a glance, the stone castle merged with the wall, resembling a small mountainside. Without careful observation, no one could tell it was artificially made. Just like a desolate mountainside, and nothing more. Not bad. He took out a detector and approached the wall to test it. The detector's values fluctuated constantly, matching exactly with those of the air around, perfectly canceling each other out. This has completely restored the non-radiation environment within the camp. Yu Hong was satisfied. He didn't know how this dynamic cancellation was achieved, but that didn't matter as long as the black mark worked. Now is not the time to delve into the principles. After putting away the detector, Yu Hong brought out a dragon lizard to face the wall, and fiercely rammed its head against it. Bang! The dragon lizard was sent reeling from the impact, collapsing to the ground. But there wasn't even a mark on the stone wall. Only some pieces of the dragon lizard's own scales were left behind. Yu Hong took out a reinforced pistol and shot at a slant against the stone wall. Bang! A slanted notch appeared on the wall, scraped out by the bullet. He approached, placed his hands against the wall, and tried to push inwards. But even with half his strength, he couldn't budge it. It was only when he exerted more than half his power that the ground slipped, and the wall finally began to shake and tilt. Not bad, at least the common big skins won't be getting in. The extent of this improvement is large, and it perfectly meets the requirements. He stopped pushing and entered through the main gate. The mechanism to open and close the gate was also by lifting a stone gate up and down, and even Yu Hong couldn't move that stone gate's weight without using full strength and inner chi. It must have been over 20 tons. Although he couldn't move it by himself, with the help of the mechanical transmission mechanism on one side, he was able to easily lift it by exerting very little force. Bang! The heavy black stone gate smashed down, blocking out all the various dangers and threats outside. Standing in the courtyard, Yu Hong saw this scene and suddenly felt a great sense of safety welling up in his heart. In the camp shrouded in darkness, he looked over the breeding boxes with satisfaction for the last time, harvested the mature ones, planted new seeds, and then went back to his cave to rest. Next, the water shortage must be resolved immediately, but since night text has been completed, I can first translate the Black Ship pamphlet and the mysterious Taoist scripture I acquired earlier. Perhaps I can find some inspiration in them to solve the water supply issue. Thinking about how he always needed to ensure a water supply wherever he went, Yu Hong came up with a method. That was, since the Thunderbolt leg could kick out a whirlwind with substantial force, perhaps there might be other martial arts techniques that could create effects like frost and water streams. Thus, so long as he practiced such martial arts, he would never lack water again. He sat down at the desk and pulled open the drawer to take out paper and pen, ready to start writing his own newly invented cultivation technique. Suddenly, a strange thought flashed through his mind. Hold on. The purpose of martial arts is to cultivate one's own flesh and body, to elevate it, to reach another level, another strength, which is essentially the evolution of life, the evolution of the cells inherent in the human body. So, given that, why not use the black mark to create a drug that evolves myself? No, or rather, bring forth an evolved bloodline. Martial arts are a way to slowly dig into oneself, to strengthen oneself, to evolve oneself, but I can totally just skip straight to the goal. This inspiration came from those modified humans. Humans, no matter how much they cultivated, could never turn themselves into men of steel, but those modified humans needed only one operation to achieve it. It was evident that direct modification was much faster than cultivation. I need time the most right now. The pace of cultivation is too slow, the speed of modification is fast, but it likely leads to problems with adaptation. If I combine both, The moment this idea emerged, it swirled around unceasingly in Yu Hong's mind like a curse. The chaotic bloodlines from his past life, zombies, immortals, demons, blood clans, werewolves, dragons, phoenixes, and so on, if he could directly enhance and transform his bloodline. Inside the cave, Yu Hong became more and more excited the more he thought about it. But soon, a most critical issue arose. The main point now is, how do I take the first step? The black mark requires a starting point, a foundation, so what should be the starting point for bloodline transformation? How can I get it? Yu Hong pondered in his mind but couldn't yet find a starting point. Maybe I should contact Aurora City and Gray City to see if they can get a sample, which would save me a lot of time. Moreover, the enhanced humans and mutants, they should be considered a type of bloodline, right? A bloodline mutated by the negative radiation of luminous stones. If I used that as a basis for enhancement, ideas in Yu Hong's mind gushed out like a spring. Stopping his train of thought, he took a deep breath and pulled out the black ship pamphlet he had acquired earlier. Now that the translator had completed collecting samples, he could finally take a close look at its contents. He turned to the first page of the pamphlet. The nautical logbook of the Fan Ming, Captain Chun Zhilong. Yu Hong frowned slightly as his expectations lowered, just a nautical log, which probably only provided informational gains. He continued to flip through the pages. Finally got it. My first ship in life. Borrowed a huge sum of money from my master, a huge sum from my brother, and added to my own savings over the years. Now I have finally done it. At 35, I own my very own black ship. Even though the situation seems a bit unstable, the Taoist priests from the True Origin sect along the coast and the experts from the Seven Leaves sect frequently clash. But with the court in place, the unrest will be subdued sooner or later. When that time comes, it will be our shipowner's time to become rich and powerful. The True Origin sect? Yu Hong couldn't help but think of the blue light booklet he had just gotten, which recorded the mentioned True Origin Divine Light, and it seemed there was some connection here. He noted this in his heart and kept reading. Page after page detailed how this Chun Zhilong conducted trade, acquired goods, and sold to the territories of the two major factions of the True Origin sect and the Seven Leaves sect, colluding with their internal powers to make a fortune. Yu Hong quickly skimmed through these unimportant bits and got to the useful part after flipping more than 10 pages. Today, another group of guests came on board, among them a merchant girl just back from the western capital, claiming that plague has started to spread there, truly frightening. On the way back, I saw a very strange person at the departing dock talking to the official in charge. He had a very strange smile on his face, seemingly a special inspector from the imperial court. Odd. This place actually has an inspector. Then there were more records of running a business, boasting, and chasing women. Yu Hong continued to flip through. I've encountered that weirdly smiling inspector again. He just so happens to be taking my ship back. He initiated a chat with me, talking about the limitations of life and the endlessness of all ages, how so many truths float between heaven and earth, and yet we are like summer insects that cannot see the beauty of winter. He also said I have good potential, and as long as I offered all my family wealth, he would take me as his disciple. Haha, what use is that to me? I just want a beautiful wife, marry 10 or 8 concubines, and now he wants all my family wealth? Does he think I'm a fool? Bad luck. Ran into that guy again. He's shedding flakes of skin all over his face and body. Just disgusting. Like those with dandruff. This time, he didn't talk to me about those useless things. He just kept smiling at me. The imperial policy is becoming more and more bizarre recently. The Holy Emperor and the ministers have actually begun advocating for the entire population to practice fasting, using hunger to refine the essence of the inner heart. They're crazy. Can people live without eating? Without strength, what's the use of spirit? The prices of foodstuffs on the market are getting lower, and there's more meat. Not bad at all. Life is getting tastier. I heard that in the North County, the crops are rotting in the fields, unharvested, offered for free. If someone wants it, they can come and cut it themselves. This is just two. The Seven Leaves sect has disappeared. Those Taoist priests from the True Origin sect are really fierce. If I could join the True Origin sect, that would be great. They look thin and frail, but could punch a hole through my black ship with one slap. Totally awesome. Today's old man on board is actually a madman. What the hell? He says in the Western Capital's court. Some people haven't eaten for 20 days and are still spirited. What nonsense is that? What a mess of eating chi. That's just drinking the northwest wind, isn't it? The man's got a screw loose. The following parts were again records of regular shipments, either dealing with daily conflicts or women, or swindling a passenger out of a hefty ship fare, until he came across something valuable on one of the last few pages. They are all freaking crazy. Farmers are not farming. Breeders are not raising pigs. Fishermen are not going to sea. Burning grain silos for resolute purpose. What the hell is that? What on earth are they doing? Fasting, eating chi. Look at those madmen's faces. They're all freaking flaking skin. An old man from the Western Capital said that the court hasn't bought grains, oil, rice, or flour for 3 months. The devil. If this continues, could there still be living people inside? You can spout nonsense, but not like this, right? Chapter 220, Scars. We pulled a lot of people today, all from the Western Capital. They said a lot of black smoke floated out above the court of Western Capital, condensing into black fog that never dissipates. Now, the Western Capital is almost submerged, and nothing can be seen clearly. This world feels like it's about to face disaster. No. I have to get my master and eldest brother onto the ship and make a run for it overseas. The last trip, and then it's time to completely shut down business. With the money from this trip, I've booked enough grain and oil to last a few years on the island. Though, I've encountered that supervisor again, and he seems to have returned to normal. He asked me a bunch of things about astronomy, but what the hell do I know? Why don't they ask people from Highwind Sea? I'm just a shipmaster. Only know a bit about finding directions at sea. Master is sick. He's seriously ill. He's been ill all along, hiding it because he was afraid I would worry. Damn it all. I was supposed to care for him in his old age. How could he do this to me? My eldest brother sought out a great physician, but it was no use. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have visited Master so infrequently. If only I had noticed sooner. If only I had. Today, I found a divine healer who said he could cure Master's illness if it could be transferred to me. I gave him 10 taels as a deposit. If he fails, he can't blame me for being ruthless. It's useless. Master has lost consciousness. Master is going to die. At this point, Yu Hong noticed that the last page here had obvious creases and tears, clearly torn by someone's hands in desperation. My eldest brother is preparing to have a Taoist perform a ritual, but I feel sure that Master will get better. He's always been so robust. Maybe this time, he's just trying to trick me. Master coughed up blood. I gathered a lot of cotton, but it was all soaked through. It was all blood. All blood. I cried in front of him, and he woke up for a moment, telling me not to be afraid. But he is the only family member I have in this world. What do I do if he dies? The paper here was spotted with many drops of blood, dark red and distinct. The supervisor said he has a way. I asked him what way, what the price would be. He shook his head, saying it didn't require payment from me. Everything depended on whether Master sincerely wished it. He also said, as long as I find that brilliant, unique, neither I nor Master would ever fall ill. The writing ended here. Yu Hong flipped through the remainder, but the booklet was made by stitching single pages together, so there was nothing more. This was the last page. Fan Ming. Yu Hong whispered the ship's name. From this booklet, he had seen quite a bit. The True Origin sect, the Seven Leaves faction, the anomalies of the Western Capital Court, the mysterious supervisor, the owner of the black ship, Chun Jilong trying to save his dearest master, surely made a significant decision, one that might be the ultimate reason for the ship's current state. Yu Hong closed the booklet. Besides the main story, he had also seen the appearance of the black fog. The court practices fasting, using no smoke, and 3 months later, black smoke drifted into the air, gathering into black fog, enveloping the Western Capital and causing the people to flee in panic. Only, I don't know if this black fog is the same as the one here in reality. And the supervisor that gave Shipmaster Chun Zhilong hope, what method did he use to revive a dying master? Setting the booklet aside, Yu Hong took out that mysterious Taoist scripture he had acquired earlier. Thanks to the translator, he now understood the name written on the cover of the scripture. Pure Elemental Spirit Calming Scripture. This scripture was snatched from the depths of that mansion's divine altar, and it must be greatly related to the statue of the three-eyed Taoist. He gently pinched the cover and turned to the first page. Cleanse the lake of the heart, retain useful thoughts, build primary and secondary structures, to form a divine palace. The palace spirit is mysterious. Apparitions come and go, all are like me, each with their inherent nature. A passage that seemed to describe meditative practices was ringing in Yu Hong's ears. The translator's voice was clear, with well-defined cadence. It was pleasant to hear, but that wasn't important. What mattered was that the scripture seemed completely unremarkable. Rustle, rustle. He flipped through the pages, and what followed were similar mantras, neatly arranged with dark script. Without realizing it, he had gone through all 18 pages, and the recitation in his ears gradually stopped. He looked at the scripture with an unfathomable gaze, feeling as though his body had been thoroughly cleansed, just like when he first entered the place cloaked in the true origin divine light. This scripture must be a treasure intended for certain special circumstances. Yu Hong thought to himself. Reflecting back, the scripture was placed next to the short sword by the incense burner. Its core function was likely to suppress the incense burner. And that statue of the three-eyed Taoist. Now it seems to have been intended to work in conjunction with the scripture to suppress something inside the burner. Yu Hong closed the scripture deep in thought. Whether it's the bell sound of the true origin divine light or this volume of pure elemental spirit calming scripture, they seem to be targeting something that's not recorded. Vaguely, Yu Hong felt as if he saw a dark shadow behind all these things. A dark presence influencing everything. Never mind. I'll just get stronger first. No matter what it is, as long as I'm strong enough, it won't be a problem. He put away the scripture and placed it together with the blue light booklet from the True Origin sect. Picking up a charcoal pencil, he began to summarize his personal insights. Having practiced the Thunderbolt leg technique to this stage, he had gained a deep understanding of inner chi. It wasn't difficult to devise a basic technique now. The challenge was how to make the technique produce water. After pondering for a while without any ideas, he got up to practice the Thunderbolt leg technique. Letting the black mark continue to work, enhancing the pyroxene and turning it into large pyroxene stone. Time passed day by day. Yu Hong immersed himself in creating a new inner strength technique. He integrated the rune system of the Yingshan civilization, inspired by the newly obtained solidification rune and separation rune. Soon he had an idea. The separation rune would separate moisture from the air, from all things, and then solidify it into the clear water he needed. This process was his own idea. While cultivating and creating, Thunderbolt leg technique's 6th layer had finally reached completion. Completion meant that the Thunderbolt transformation was perfected. The entire Thunderbolt leg technique had no new realms of cultivation to explore. It had all come to an end. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Wind howling, ice and snow covering the land. Yu Hong stood quietly in the secondary safe zone. His legs buried in the black soil, his eyes tightly shut, motionless. Minutes later, suddenly his eyes burst open. Streams of white inner chi rapidly circulated within his body and then flowed back into the inner chi cluster in his dantian. Until, after about 10 seconds, all inner chi had returned. By Yu Hong's ear, an uncommonly heard feedback sound from the black mark abruptly rang out. Thunderbolt leg technique has reached its zenith. You have gained the cultivation technique completion trait, Tao breath circulation. What the hell? Yu Hong was startled, nearly shaken from his tranquil state. Fortunately, he stabilized himself in time, regulated his breathing for a moment, and after completely concluding his cultivation, he carefully sensed his entire body. He soon discovered the key. He pressed his hand onto the pattern of the black mark, And suddenly, like the mark itself, there were two more marks floating in his mind. Beneath them, a new white circular complex pattern appeared. He inexplicably knew the meaning of the pattern at a glance. Those were 4 words: Tao breath circulation. What's the use of this thing? His heart skipped a beat, feeling like he might have discovered some new benefit. Like the mark itself, he imagined his thoughts moving forward, touching the white circular pattern. Instantly, a stream of clear information flowed from the black mark. Tao breath circulation, Thunderbolt leg technique completion trait, allows a life form to automatically practice any other martial arts in their sleep or rest, producing 55% of the effectiveness of active cultivation. Excluding techniques like fasting, which necessarily require practice during rest or sleep. Seeing this, Yu Hong's eyes instantly widened. His inner qi had been slow simply because there wasn't enough time for qi cultivation. He could only practice so little each day, as exceeding the limit would exhaust his spirit, leaving him unable to do anything else. Moreover, once interrupted to do other things, naturally he would have to stop cultivating qi. But with this trait, from now on, whatever martial arts he practiced, the speed would definitely increase several-fold. Although it was just over half as effective, it would still be continuous without stopping. Yu Hong was overjoyed. Indeed, my previous idea was correct. Taking a cultivation technique to its limit truly yields unexpected gains. This trait was truly formidable. He immediately tested it, exhausting all his inner qi in one go, then without actively practicing qi cultivation, merely allowed his body to recover on its own. Sure enough, in just 2 short hours, all inner qi was fully replenished. This was still just repair, the simplest function. The real test for this trait would come when cultivating martial arts. Immediately, Yu Hong threw himself completely into researching the creation of basic techniques. The next morning, he, with dark circles under his eyes, spread open a small yellow duck notebook on the desk. On the notebook's pages was clearly written an essay he had attempted, combining the principle of localized air conditioning condensation with the separation rune and solidification rune, joined with his own understanding and sense of inner qi, to try out a simple basic technique. This technique was very simple, with really only one function: to cultivate a kind of inner qi that could condense water. Aside from this, it had no other function, meaning this basic martial arts inner qi, aside from being able to gather water, had no effects at all, not even the ability to injure when released. Condensation is just supplemental. The core is still in using the previously obtained visualization chart, along with the infinite qi condensing technique from Wuji Palace, and my sensation of countless tiny energy particles around me, to draw in and identify the particles most coherent with water, then incorporate them into my body, merging them with my own. Ultimately, I finished this piece of the basic technique. Yu Hong was quite satisfied with this process. The energy particles in the surrounding void couldn't just be absorbed at will. The condensing technique from Wuji Palace mentioned that in the vacuum there are 9,672 types of particles, some of which the human body can absorb. But after entering the body, they wouldn't have any special effect. Without a corresponding accumulation and cultivation method, they would soon dissipate. And not all of these energy particles necessarily suited one's physical and mental state, so a careful selection was needed. Fortunately, over these days, Yu Hong had eventually found a type of rare hydrophilic vacuum particle and collected it into his body. Although the inner qi developed from these particles, apart from condensing water, was of no other use, there was still the black mark, right?